Chapter 1172. Ouyang Hong was very strong. Just his aura alone was enough to suppress everyone. Yang Cheng sighed. If he were in Ouyang Hong's position, his performance would definitely not be as good as Ouyang Hong's. However, because he was a disciple of the heavenly profound sect, he had concerns in his heart. But Ouyang Hong was different. He had no concerns in his heart. It did not matter if he offended the Xia clan or not. Han Feng and Hua Yunshu nodded slightly. Until now, only the three of them had made it to the end of the hunting war. This Ouyang Hong was not bad. At least when facing Xia Ningqin, he was not afraid at all. Xia Ningqin's expression was very ugly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with resentment as she stared at Ouyang Hong. Anyone who provokes me, Xia Ningqin, will die without a burial place. Xia Ningqin made her move. She wore a long purple dress, outlining her perfect figure. In the wilderness, when everyone saw Xia Ningqin make her move, they all widened their eyes. With Xia Ningqin's looks, even if she was not the #1 beauty in Sky Connecting Island, she would at least be in the top 3. Until now, only Dan Bixuan and Ouyang Qing could compete with her. Any cultivator would like to see a beauty make her move. That lithe and graceful figure simply made many martial artists endlessly excited. Imperial Heavenly Ancient Technique. Xia Ningqin executed the Imperial Heavenly Ancient Technique. Not long ago, Xia Sheng had used this secret technique. However, Xia Sheng's strength was not comparable to Xia Ningqin's. Therefore, the Imperial Heavenly Ancient Technique he executed was not as powerful as Xia Ningqin's. When Xia Ningqin executed the same technique, the power increased by at least 2 times. Han Feng nodded slightly. Although Xia Ningqin had a domineering temper, she was truly talented. Hua Yunshu, who was by the side, also commented, although the Imperial Heavenly Ancient Technique is strong, it is not enough to defeat Ouyang Hong with just this secret technique. Obviously, Hua Yunshu thought more highly of Ouyang Hong. Hua Yunshu was the disciple of Star Lord Leisure Cloud. He had high standards and was not comparable to ordinary people. When it came to foresight, even Bing Quangren did not dare to say that he could win against Idol Cloud Star Lord. In fact, Ice Madman and Star Monarch Idol Cloud were both at the same level. Their strength was basically equal. However, one of them liked to travel around, while the other liked to cultivate crazily. That was how the nickname Ice Maniac came about. While the two of them were talking, Ouyang Hong also made his move. His wrists flickered and his body kept moving. It seems to be a simple palm, but it easily blocks Xia Ningqin's Royal Sky Ancient Technique. The Royal Heavenly Ancient Art is only SOSO. Ouyang Hong sneered. Han Feng and the others exchanged glances. Their hearts were filled with astonishment. What kind of secret technique was Ouyang Hong using? Why had they never heard of it before? Brother Blood, do you know what secret technique Ouyang Hong is using? Hua Yunshu turned to look at Fang Chen. Fang Chen spread out his hands, indicating that he did not know. Although he knew that Ouyang Hong had a powerful background, he had never asked. No one present could see through Ouyang Hong's secret technique. Even Xia Ao, who had his eyes closed, opened his eyes. He stared at Ouyang Hong, as if trying to see through him. However, he failed. Peng, peng, peng. In the blink of an eye, the battle on the battlefield had entered a white-hot stage. Xia Ningqin's strength was really impressive. If she had not met Ouyang Hong, she would have probably advanced to the next level. However, it was a pity that she met the freakish Ouyang Hong. Ouyang Hong, who was at the 9th level of Heaven Dipper Realm, was not afraid of Xia Ningqin, who had taken her 3rd step. The battle between the two lasted for 15 minutes, and the victor was finally decided. Xia Ningqin used another secret technique of the Xia clan. A crescent moon appeared above her head. At this moment, Xia Ningqin's attack was close to that of a heavenly body tier. However, opposite her, Ouyang Hong sneered and said, "It's time to end it." As soon as Ouyang Hong finished his sentence, a mystical yin qi burst out from his body. After the profound yin qi drilled into his palm, it immediately erupted with a powerful force. Bang! Ouyang Hong slapped Xia Ningqin with his palm. Crack! The crescent moon above Xia Ningqin's head was shattered instantly. Ouyang Hong's palm directly sent Xia Ningqin flying. Instantly, Xia Ningqin's delicate body fell to the ground. Poochie. Just as Xia Ningqin's body was sent flying, the shattered crescent moon turned into a ball of flame and wrapped her up. In an instant, her clothes were burned clean. A pure white body instantly entered his sight. Seeing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Fang Chen felt that an unknown fire was burning in his heart. He tried hard to control the restlessness in his heart and turned his head. Seeing this scene, other cultivators were also a little dumbfounded. Ah! A miserable cry broke the silence on the mountain. Xia Ningqin found that her clothes were burned and her body was seen by everyone. She screamed loudly. Xia Ao moves his mind. He takes out a set of clothes from his space ring and puts them on Xia Ningqin. Xia Ningqin wished she could find a hole to hide in. Her heart was filled with anger. For so many years, she had been single and had never been seen by the opposite sex. But now, in front of so many people, her clothes were burned. Xia Ningqin was going crazy. She raised her head and her dark eyes were filled with madness. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in such a mess. Xia Ningqin went crazy and rushed to Ouyang Hong. But she was stopped by Xia Ao. Don't you think it's shameful enough? Xia Ao said in a deep voice. The body of the princess of Xia clan was seen by outsiders. This in itself was a very disgraceful thing. His attitude towards Xia Ningqin becomes much more indifferent. Hearing Xia Ao's reprimand, Xia Ningqin lowered her head. Ouyang Hong spread his hands, expressing his innocence. Xia Ao glanced at Ouyang Hong coldly. The second battle ended in a way that exceeded everyone's expectations. Ouyang Hong defeated Xia Ningqin. He not only defeated Xia Ningqin, but also exposed Xia Ningqin's body in front of everyone. This was a disgrace to the Xia clan. You men are all lechers. Suddenly, Fang Chen felt a breath by his ear. Immediately, Dan Baixian's voice entered his ears. Immediately, Fang Chen was startled. Soon after, he felt somewhat embarrassed. After saying this, Dan Baixian returned to her original position. She didn't even look at Fang Chen. Fang Chen smiled and walked to Ouyang Hong's side. After this battle, Xia Ningqin fell into silence. When she left the mountain peak, her eyes were filled with resentment. Brother, this girl will remember you. Fang Chen teased. I didn't do it on purpose. Ouyang Hong spread his hands. You should be careful. The Xia clan can't wait to kill you. Fang Chen said. I'm not afraid. Ouyang Hong said as if nothing had happened. Xia Ningqin was eliminated. The second battle ended. The third battle began. I hope that we can meet again in the following battles. Before the third battle began, Xia Ao looked at Ouyang Hong and said softly. Anyone would be able to tell that Xia Ao's words were filled with threatening intent. It doesn't matter. Ouyang Hong showed an indifferent expression. The third battle was between Fang Chen and Qingkang Road. Fang Chen looked at Qingkang Road with a smile. Only the latter knew that he had the star-killing arrow. Out of everyone's expectation, Qingkang Road gave up before the battle began. I don't think that I am a match for Fire Mania. Qingkang Lu only said this one sentence, then turned and left. Some people thought that he was timid, but some thought that Qingkang Road had made the right choice. Seeing that Qingkang Road gave up, Fang Chen smiled. Qingkang Road walked down the mountain peak. The fourth battle was about to begin. However, at this moment, chaos broke out on the wasteland. Stop! Han Ying Shue's angry voice was heard from the wilderness. Fang Chen and Ouyang Hong looked down at the same time. Instantly, the two of them were burning with anger. Ouyang Qing, who was supposed to be taken care of by Han Ying Shue, had fallen into Xia Ningqin's hands. Han Ying Shue was also sent flying by Xia Ningqin. Xia Ningqin's white hand was stuck on Ouyang Qing's neck. Ouyang Hong, I'm going to repeat what you've done to me on your sister. Xia Ningqin was in a frenzy. She wasn't willing to let everyone see her virginity just like that. Therefore, she had this idea. Xia Ningqin, don't you dare. Ouyang Hong's aura exploded and he shouted, "Why wouldn't I dare?" While speaking, Xia Ningqin tore with her other hand. Chapter 1173. Unprecedented anger filled Ouyang Hong's heart. In this world, besides his grandfather, his sister was the closest person to him. He loved his sister Ouyang Qing the most. But now, his sister was being insulted by others. How incompetent he was as her brother. Ouyang Hong clenched his fists and walked down the mountain step by step. Every step he took was incomparably heavy. Fang Chen followed Ouyang Hong down the mountain and came to the wilderness. Crash! Xia Ningqin held Ouyang Qing's neck with one hand and tore her clothes with the other. In a blink of an eye, Ouyang Qing's upper body was exposed in front of everyone. Only the doo-doo covering her body covered Ouyang Qing's proud twin peaks. Xia Ningqin, if I don't kill you, Ouyang Hong, I am not a man. Ouyang Hong's eyes were red. If his sister was not in Xia Ningqin's hands, he would have exploded. On the top of the mountain, Xia Ao looked at this scene quietly and didn't say anything. Ouyang Qing, who was controlled by Xia Ningqin, had red eyes and tears falling down like rain. Brother. Ouyang Qing's words were full of sadness. She was a young girl. How could she bear this kind of humiliation? She didn't want to face this fact. She cried and called Ouyang Hong's name. Brother, don't worry about me. Do it. Ouyang Qing's meaning was obvious. She wanted her brother Ouyang Hong to ignore her life and do it directly. I'd rather die than be insulted. Ouyang Qing cried. Every word of Ouyang Hong was like a knife, cutting deeply into Ouyang Hong's heart. Ah! Ouyang Hong roared to the sky. He hated himself for being so useless that he couldn't even protect his sister. Let go of my sister. Ouyang Hong said in a deep voice. Unless you die. Xia Ningqin stretched out her white hand and reached for the doo-doo on Ouyang Qing's upper body, preparing to tear it off. As long as the doo-doo was torn off, Ouyang Qing's breasts would be exposed in front of everyone. This was not what Ouyang Hong wanted to see. Ouyang Hong clenches his fists and stares at Xia Ningqin. If looks could kill, Xia Ningqin would have died many times. Fang Chen came to Ouyang Hong's side and placed his palm on Ouyang Hong's shoulder. Don't be impulsive. My little sister is already like this. You told me not to be impulsive. Ouyang Hong roared. Fang Chen did not mind. He stared at Ouyang Qing and said, "Believe me, I will definitely save you." Ouyang Qing's eyes were red as he nodded heavily. Sanguinati, if you dare to take another step forward, I will kill her directly. Xia Ningqin says coldly. At the same time, she exerted strength in her palm and blood immediately gushed out from Ouyang Qing's neck. Ouyang Qing's face was filled with pain. Don't do anything rash. We can talk about it. Fang Chen comforts Xia Ningqin. Seeing Ouyang Hong and Sanguinati calm down, Xia Ningqin laughs loudly. Her palm grabs Ouyang Hong's undergarment and she says coldly, "Ouyang Hong, if you want to save your little sister, you have to pay with your life. I will count to 3. If you are still alive, don't blame me for being impolite." Hearing Xia Ningqin's words, Ouyang Hong closes his eyes painfully. He really wants to rush over and kill Xia Ningqin. But he is afraid. He is afraid that his little sister's heart will be permanently damaged. 1. Xia Ningqin starts to count. Ouyang Hong is struggling in his heart. Ouyang Qing calls her brother loudly and asks him to leave her alone. But Ouyang Hong can't make up his mind. 2. When she counts to 2, Xia Ningqin's eyes are filled with madness. She is waiting for Ouyang Hong to make a decision. Suddenly, Ouyang Hong's heart trembles. Then he makes a decision. He clenches his fist and slowly raises it, aiming at his own head. Brother Xue, help me. Ouyang Hong's meaning is obvious. He wants to use his own life to exchange for his sister's life. Seeing this, Xia Ningqin laughs more crazily. Ouyang Hong, so what if you defeat me? You will die in my hands in the end. Xia Ningqin laughs crazily. She seems to have seen the scene of Ouyang Hong killing himself. However, at the same time, she laughed out loud. Suddenly, a miserable cry is heard. Ah! A black bug appears on the top of Xia Ningqin's head. The bug is biting Xia Ningqin's head. Xia Ningqin's body trembles at once. At the moment, Fang Chen is already prepared. In a split second, he displays the spacetime gist. He takes a step forward and cuts the space and comes to the front of Xia Ningqin. Bang! Without saying anything, he directly punches Xia Ningqin and sends her flying. Then, he holds Ouyang Qing in his arms. The sudden change made Ouyang Qing a little stunned. Then, she throws herself into Fang Chen's arms and cries loudly. A young girl encounters such a thing. Even Ouyang Qing, who is usually careless, can't come to himself in a short time. It's okay. Everything is over, Fang Chen says. He takes off his clothes and covers Ouyang Qing's body. Ouyang Hong, who was going to kill himself, hears the miserable cry. He suddenly opens his eyes. The scene that entered his eyes made him ecstatic. Sister. Ouyang Hong hurriedly comes to Fang Chen to make sure his sister is safe. Brother, I am fine. Ouyang Qing cries. Ouyang Hong checks his sister's body and finds that she is fine. Then, he salutes Fang Chen with his fists folded. Brother Shui, I will never forget your kindness. Then, he asks Fang Chen to take care of Ouyang Qing. Then, he turns to Xia Ningqin. His body gives out a horrible intention to kill. Xia Ningqin, I said that I will kill you. Ouyang Hong's eyes shoot out a horrible golden light. Xia Ningqin is attacked by the demon armor insect. Her soul is seriously injured and she falls to the ground. However, when Ouyang Hong comes to her, she has already stood up. At this moment, there is a trace of fear in Xia Ningqin's eyes. She had calculated everything, but she did not expect this damn bug to come. Brother Ao. Xia Ningqin asks for help. On the mountain peak, Xia Ao leaped and landed on the wasteland. Even though Ningqin is wrong, she is the princess of Xia clan. Moreover, your younger sister is not injured. So, let's end this matter here, Xia Ao calmly said. The dignity of Xia clan is lost by Xia Ningqin. However, Xia Ningqin is a member of Xia clan. He can't leave her to die. I want to kill her. You can't stop me, Ouyang Hong says in a deep voice. Xia Ao frowns. Let me make it clear. If anything happens to Ningqin, I will kill you. Hearing Xia Ao's words, Ouyang Hong feels ridiculous. He punches and punches Xia Ningqin away. Seeing this, Xia Ao takes action. You are courting death, Xia Ao says angrily. Your opponent is me. Fang Chen takes action and stops Xia Ao. Are you sure you want to be the enemy of Xia clan? Xia Ao asks coldly. Today, Xia Ningqin must die, Fang Chen says. Hearing this, Xia Ao suddenly bursts out a strong force and attacks Fang Chen crazily. Ouyang Hong nods at Fang Chen. Then, he takes a step and comes to Xia Ningqin. Trash like you doesn't deserve to live in this world. After saying this, Ouyang Hong punches Xia Ningqin's head. The princess of the imperial family had died tragically in the ancient hunting battlefield just like that. All of you must die. Xia Ao is furious. He attacks crazily and gradually gains the upper hand in the battle with Fang Chen. Rumble. After Ouyang Hong kills Xia Ningqin, he joins Fang Chen to fight against Xia Ao together. Both of them are strong. When they join forces, they are actually suppressing Xia Ao. Damn it. Xia Ao is furious and curses crazily. But there is nothing he can do. He underestimated the strength of Sanguinati and Ouyang Hong. At this moment, the two of them counterattack crazily, forcing Xia Ao to retreat continuously. Bang! The three of them punches each other and retreat separately. Xia Ao steadies himself and looks at the two of them with murderous eyes. You killed the princess of the Xia clan. Be prepared to suffer the wrath of the Xia clan, Xia Ao says coldly. Today, I have seen the shamelessness of the Xia clan, Fang Chen says. Ouyang Hong nods. He is not afraid of the Xia clan at all. What Xia Ningqin did to his sister, even 10,000 deaths will not be enough. Humph. In the final battle, I will definitely kill all of you. After saying this, Xia Ao returns to the mountain peak in a flash. In fact, Xia Ao does not have the confidence to deal with Fang Chen and Sanguinati. So, he gives up. And in the second or even the third round of the final battle, he may meet the two of them. When the time comes, under the restriction of the rules, in a one-on-one situation, he can kill the two of them like pinching ants. Even someone as strong as Xia Ao chooses to retreat. The people of the Xia clan are only SOSO, Ouyang Hong says disdainfully. Xia Ao's legend of being invincible is broken today. Although the two of them work together, it is enough to shock everyone. In the wilderness, everyone looks at the scene in a daze, as if they are dreaming. The princess of the Xia clan, Gao Gui, is the prettiest in Tongtian Island. She died so tragically in the wilderness. And as her brother, Xia Ao actually couldn't help her take revenge. Sanguinati and Ouyang Hong have completely shocked everyone. These two warriors who dared to go against the Xia clan were simply too shocking. Ouyang Hong and Fang Chen look at each other and say, "Brother Blood, thank you for today. If not for Sanguinati, his sister would have been killed." "It's nothing," Fang Chen says. "The demon armor insects have already been recalled." Fang Chen and Ouyang Hong return to the mountain peak. At this moment, the situation on the mountain peak is very delicate. Han Feng and Hua Yunshu also look at Xia Ao with disgust. The Xia clan is the royal family of Skypass Island, but they can actually do such a despicable thing. How disappointing. On the contrary, Sanguinati and Ouyang Hong are admirable. One offends the Xia clan for his sister and the other for his brother. I rarely admire the younger generation, but after seeing what the two of you did today, I admire you from the bottom of my heart. Han Feng cups his hands and smiles. Hua Yunshu also nodded slightly. As for Yang Cheng and Dan Baixian, they walked to Fang Chen's side. On the mountain peak, there are 7 people. Chapter 1174. Unprecedented anger filled Ouyang Hong's heart. In this world, besides his grandfather, his sister was the closest person to him. He loved his sister Ouyang Qing the most. But now, his sister was being insulted by others. How incompetent he was as her brother. Ouyang Hong clenched his fists and walked down the mountain step by step. Every step he took was incomparably heavy. Fang Chen followed Ouyang Hong down the mountain and came to the wilderness. Crash! Xia Ningqin held Ouyang Qing's neck with one hand and tore her clothes with the other. In a blink of an eye, Ouyang Qing's upper body was exposed in front of everyone. Only the doo-doo covering her body covered Ouyang Qing's proud twin peaks. Xia Ningqin, if I don't kill you, Ouyang Hong, I am not a man. Ouyang Hong's eyes were red. If his sister was not in Xia Ningqin's hands, he would have exploded. On the top of the mountain, Xia Ao looked at this scene quietly and didn't say anything. Ouyang Qing, who was controlled by Xia Ningqin, had red eyes and tears falling down like rain. "Brother." Ouyang Qing's words were full of sadness. She was a young girl. How could she bear this kind of humiliation? She didn't want to face this fact. She cried and called Ouyang Hong's name. "Brother, don't worry about me. Do it." Ouyang Qing's meaning was obvious. She wanted her brother Ouyang Hong to ignore her life and do it directly. "I'd rather die than be insulted." Ouyang Qing cried. Every word of Ouyang Hong was like a knife, cutting deeply into Ouyang Hong's heart. "Ah!" Ouyang Hong roared to the sky. He hated himself for being so useless that he couldn't even protect his sister. "Let go of my sister," Ouyang Hong said in a deep voice. "Unless you die." Xia Ningqin stretched out her white hand and reached for the doo-doo on Ouyang Qing's upper body, preparing to tear it off. As long as the doo-doo was torn off, Ouyang Qing's breasts would be exposed in front of everyone. This was not what Ouyang Hong wanted to see. Ouyang Hong clenches his fists and stares at Xia Ningqin. If looks could kill, Xia Ningqin would have died many times. Fang Chen came to Ouyang Hong's side and placed his palm on Ouyang Hong's shoulder. "Don't be impulsive. My little sister is already like this. You told me not to be impulsive," Ouyang Hong roared. Fang Chen did not mind. He stared at Ouyang Qing and said, "Believe me, I will definitely save you." Ouyang Qing's eyes were red as he nodded heavily. "Sanguinati, if you dare to take another step forward, I will kill her directly," Xia Ningqin says coldly. At the same time, she exerted strength in her palm and blood immediately gushed out from Ouyang Qing's neck. Ouyang Qing's face was filled with pain. Don't do anything rash. We can talk about it. Fang Chen comforts Xia Ningqin. Seeing Ouyang Hong and Sanguinati calm down, Xia Ningqin laughs loudly. Her palm grabs Ouyang Hong's undergarment and she says coldly, Ouyang Hong, if you want to save your little sister, you have to pay with your life. I will count to 3. If you are still alive, don't blame me for being impolite. Hearing Xia Ningqin's words, Ouyang Hong closes his eyes painfully. He really wants to rush over and kill Xia Ningqin. But he is afraid. He is afraid that his sister's heart will be permanently damaged. 1. Xia Ningqin starts to count. Ouyang Hong is struggling in his heart. Ouyang Qing calls her brother loudly and asks him to leave her alone. But Ouyang Hong can't make up his mind. 2. When she counts to 2, Xia Ningqin's eyes are filled with madness. She is waiting for Ouyang Hong to make a decision. Suddenly, Ouyang Hong's heart trembles. Then he makes a decision. He clenches his fist and slowly raises it, aiming at his own head. Brother Shui, help me. Ouyang Hong's meaning is obvious. He wants to use his own life to exchange for his sister's life. Seeing this, Xia Ningqin laughs more crazily. Ouyang Hong, so what if you defeat me? In the end, you will die in my hands. Xia Ningqin laughs crazily. She seems to have seen the scene of Ouyang Hong killing himself. However, at the same time, she laughed out loud. Suddenly, a miserable cry is heard. Ah! A black worm appears on the top of Xia Ningqin's head. The worm is biting Xia Ningqin's head. Xia Ningqin's body trembles at once. At the moment, Fang Chen is already prepared. In a flash, he displays the space-time gist. He takes a step forward and cuts the space and comes to the front of Xia Ningqin. Bang! Without saying anything, he directly punches Xia Ningqin away. Then, he holds Ouyang Qing in his arms. The sudden change made Ouyang Qing a little stunned. Then, she throws herself into Fang Chen's arms and cries loudly. A young girl encounters such a thing. Even Ouyang Qing, who is usually careless, can't come to himself in a short time. It's okay. Everything is over. Fang Chen says. He takes off his clothes and covers Ouyang Qing's body. Ouyang Hong, who was going to kill himself, hears the miserable cry. He suddenly opens his eyes. The scene that entered his eyes made him ecstatic. Sister. Ouyang Hong hurriedly comes to Fang Chen to make sure his sister is safe. Brother, I am fine. Ouyang Qing cries. Ouyang Hong checks his sister's body and finds that she is fine. Then, he salutes Fang Chen with his fists folded. Brother Shui, I will never forget your kindness. Then, he asks Fang Chen to take care of Ouyang Qing. Then, he turns to Xia Ningqin. His body gives out a horrible intention to kill. Xia Ningqin, I said that I will kill you. Ouyang Hong's eyes shoot out a horrible golden light. Xia Ningqin is attacked by the demon armor insect. Her soul is seriously injured and she falls to the ground. However, when Ouyang Hong comes to her, she has already stood up. At this moment, there is a trace of fear in Xia Ningqin's eyes. She had calculated everything, but she did not expect this damn bug to come. Brother Ao. Xia Ningqin asks for help. On the mountain peak, Xia Ao leaped and landed on the wasteland. Even though Ningqin is wrong, she is the princess of Xia clan. Moreover, your younger sister is not injured. So, let's end this matter here, Xia Ao calmly said. The dignity of Xia clan is lost by Xia Ningqin. However, Xia Ningqin is a member of Xia clan. He can't leave her to die. I want to kill her. You can't stop me. Ouyang Hong says in a deep voice. Xia Ao frowns. Let me make it clear. If anything happens to Ningqin, I will kill you. Hearing Xia Ao's words, Ouyang Hong feels ridiculous. He punches and punches Xia Ningqin away. Seeing this, Xia Ao takes action. You are courting death. Xia Ao says angrily. Your opponent is me. Fang Chen takes action and stops Xia Ao. Are you sure you want to be the enemy of Xia clan? Xia Ao asks coldly. Today, Xia Ningqin must die. Fang Chen says. Hearing this, Xia Ao suddenly bursts out a strong force and attacks Fang Chen crazily. Ouyang Hong nods at Fang Chen. Then, he takes a step and comes to Xia Ningqin. Trash like you doesn't deserve to live in this world. After saying this, Ouyang Hong punches Xia Ningqin's head. The princess of the imperial family had died tragically in the ancient hunting battlefield just like that. You all have to die. Xia Ao is furious. He attacks crazily and gradually gains the upper hand in the battle with Fang Chen. Rumble. After Ouyang Hong kills Xia Ningqin, he joins Fang Chen to fight against Xia Ao together. The two of them are strong to begin with. When they join forces, they actually suppress Xia Ao. Damn it. Xia Ao is furious and curses crazily. But there is nothing he can do. He underestimated the strength of Sanguinati and Ouyang Hong. At this moment, the two of them counterattack crazily, forcing Xia Ao to retreat continuously. Bang! The three of them punches each other and retreat separately. Xia Ao steadies himself and looks at the two of them with murderous eyes. You killed the princess of the Xia clan. Be prepared to suffer the wrath of the Xia clan, Xia Ao says coldly. Today, I have seen the shamelessness of the Xia clan, Fang Chen says. Ouyang Hong nods. He is not afraid of the Xia clan at all. What Xia Ningqin did to his sister, even 10,000 deaths will not be enough. Humph. In the final battle, I will definitely kill all of you. After saying this, Xia Ao returns to the mountain peak in a flash. In fact, Xia Ao does not have the confidence to deal with Fang Chen and Sanguinati. So, he gives up. In the second or even the third round of the final battle, he may meet the two of them. When the time comes, the rules will restrict him. In a one-on-one situation, he can kill the two of them like pinching ants. Even someone as strong as Xia Ao chooses to retreat. The people of the Xia clan are only SOSO, Ouyang Hong says disdainfully. Xia Ao's legend of being undefeated is broken today. Although the two of them joined forces, it is enough to shock everyone. In the wilderness, everyone looks at the scene in a daze, as if they are dreaming. The princess of the Xia clan, Gao Gui, is the prettiest in Tongtian Island. She died tragically in the wilderness. And as her brother, Xia Ao actually couldn't help her take revenge. Sanguinati and Ouyang Hong have completely shocked everyone. These two warriors who dared to go against the Xia clan were simply too shocking. Ouyang Hong and Fang Chen look at each other and say, Brother Xue, thank you for today. If not for Sanguinati, his sister would have been killed. It's nothing, Fang Chen says. The demon armor insects have already been recalled. Fang Chen and Ouyang Hong return to the mountain peak. At this moment, the situation on the mountain peak is very delicate. Han Feng and Hua Yunshu also look at Xia Ao with disgust. The Xia clan is the royal family of Sky Pass Island, yet they can do such a despicable thing. How disappointing. On the contrary, Sanguinati and Ouyang Hong are admirable. One offends the Xia clan for his sister and the other for his brother. I rarely admire the younger generation, but after seeing what you two did today, I admire you from the bottom of my heart. Han Feng clasps his hands and smiles. Hua Yunshu also nodded slightly. As for Yang Cheng and Dan Baixian, they walked to Fang Chen's side. There are 7 people on the mountain peak. Chapter 1175. Only 7 of the top 10 were left. Xia Sheng of the Xia clan died in the hands of Fang Chen. Xia Ningqin died in the hands of Ouyang Hong. In the wilderness, the disciples of various sects looked at Fang Chen and Ouyang Hong strangely. These two were simply the nemesis of the Xia clan. Even a colossus like the Xia clan was fearless. Such courage was truly admirable. The atmosphere on the mountain peak was very solemn. Xia Ao was full of anger. He looked at Sanguinati and Ouyang Hong. Everyone, let's put our personal grudges aside. At least, let's wait until the final battle is over. Suddenly, Han Feng spoke. He admired Sanguinati and Ouyang Hong very much. But now, the final battle was coming. These hidden geniuses came out of seclusion to participate in the hunting war for the first place. If they delayed the battle for the first place because of some personal grudges, they would lose more than what they gained. Hearing Han Feng's words, Hua Yunshu nodded slightly. Among the people present, the two of them were relatively neutral. When he heard Hua Yunshu and Han Feng's words, the aura around Xia Ao's body gradually dissipated. His scarlet eyes also gradually returned to normal. In the final battle, I will let you die without a burial place, Xia Ao said coldly. Thinking of the heavenly deity pool, he forgot everything. The death of Xia Ningqin and Xia Sheng had completely infuriated him. But their lives couldn't be compared with the heavenly deity pool. The heavenly deity pool was the most fatal temptation. Hearing Xia Ao's words, the aura around Fang Chen and Ouyang Hong also dissipated instantly. I'm afraid you don't have the ability, Ouyang Hong sneered. Although Xia Ao was powerful, Ouyang Hong wasn't a pushover either. We've just reached the fourth battle. Let's continue. The mountain peak, which had been in a state of mutual hostility just a moment ago, instantly became calm and relaxed. However, the smell of gunpowder could still be detected in the air. The first round of the final battle continued. The fourth battle, Dan Baixian against Han Feng. Up until now, Dan Baixian had always given people a weak feeling. However, after interacting with Dan Baixian several times, Fang Chen felt that Dan Baixian was not simple. This woman was not only what she looked like on the surface, her alchemy skills were tyrannical, and her strength was also very strong. Dan Baixian against Han Feng. In the past, Fang Chen would have thought that Han Feng would win. But now, he couldn't guarantee anything. In the blink of an eye, Dan Baixian and Han Feng began fighting. Seeing the battle between the two, everyone nodded in agreement. Dan Baixian's attacks, in comparison, were incomparably soft. On the other hand, Han Feng's attacks leaned towards the Ice Dao and Illusion Dao. This frozen cultivates both the Dao of Ice and the Dao of Illusion. Fang Chen muttered to himself as he looked at Han Feng on the battlefield. Han Feng's Illusion Dao already reached an extremely high level. Around Han Feng's body, an illusory aura spread out. In an instant, even Dan Baixian was trapped in an illusion. However, Dan Baixian was Dan Baixian. As soon as she entered the illusion, she used an extremely tricky method to successfully break it. As expected of the Little Pill King, Han Feng said with a grin. He had followed his master Ice Madman to live in seclusion in the sacred mountain for many years. All along, he had been cultivating by himself. Now, he finally met a strong opponent. Facing Dan Baixian, Han Feng did not have much confidence. Dan Baixian, the world has underestimated you. Han Feng said in a deep voice, in order to show my respect to you, I will use all my strength to fight you. Even if I lose, I will have no regrets. Hearing Han Feng's words, Dan Baixian's pretty face revealed a trace of a smile. I will also fight with all my strength. As soon as Dan Baixian's voice fell, Han Feng attacked. Buzz! A terrifying illusory aura instantly surged out. The entire battlefield was filled with an extremely dense illusory aura. At the same time, Han Feng clenched his fist, and ice shards fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen's eyes lit up. To be able to cultivate the Dao of Ice to such a level, he was truly domineering. Admirable. Fang Chen admired Han Feng from the bottom of his heart. Without great perseverance, it would be impossible to cultivate to such a level. To the side, Ouyang Hong also nodded heavily. Han Feng was much stronger than he had imagined. However, against himself, he was still a little lacking. Whoosh! Dan Baixian attacked. A golden luster appeared around Dan Baixian's body. Like an immortal golden body, Dan Baixian's small white hand gently patted out. Instantly, the surrounding illusory aura dissipated. This is, Fang Chen stared at Dan Baixian's golden body, his heart filled with shock. If his guess was correct, Dan Baixian's golden body should be an extremely domineering special constitution. As expected, those who could become the top geniuses of Clear Sky Island were all extraordinary. From a slight disadvantage at the start, to a complete reversal now. Dan Baixian took control of the situation. Dan Baixian used a very strange cultivation technique. The golden aura around her condensed into golden battle swords, piercing towards Han Feng. Dong! The ice shards in Han Feng's hand clashed with Dan Baixian's golden battle swords, letting out an earth-shattering sound. After the fog passed, Fang Chen and the others opened their eyes wide, looking at the center of the battlefield. Dan Baixian stood quietly, her white dress fluttering in the wind. On her pretty face, there was still a trace of a smile. On the opposite side, Han Feng's face was solemn. He looked at the small piece of ice left in his hand, full of disbelief. He shook his head with great effort, his expression constantly changing. In the end, he sighed and shook his head continuously. Dan Baixian, you are very strong. After speaking, Han Feng turned and left the mountain. For Han Feng, if he couldn't get first place, the other rankings wouldn't be attractive to him. The 4 dark horses were Sanguinati, Ouyang Hong, Hua Yunshu, and Han Feng. Ice Kuangren's disciple, Han Feng, had been favored from the start. Even if he couldn't get first place, he would still be in the top 3. But now, Han Feng had lost to Dan Baixian in the first round of the finals. He could only blame his bad luck. If it were someone else, he might have been able to advance a little. Han Feng lost. Dan Baixian was too strong. She looked weak on the outside, but she was unusually strong. The 4th battle was unexpected, but it was also within reason. After Han Feng left, the 5th battle began. The 5th battle was between a veteran, Black Heaven sect disciple Yang Cheng, and one of the 4 dark horses, Hua Yunshu. Everyone knew that Yang Cheng had left the Black Heaven sect long ago and went to the old Hua Islands to join a sect. As for Hua Yunshu, he was the disciple of Star Lord Idlecloud, one of Clear Sky Island's peak cultivators. No one dared to say anything about who was stronger or weaker between the two of them. However, many people favored Hua Yunshu. This was because Hua Yunshu had displayed very strong strength since the start of the ancient hunting battlefield. As for Yang Cheng, he had been keeping a low profile. No one could see through him. Yang Cheng and Hua Yunshu stood opposite each other. The battle was about to start. Outside the battlefield, Fang Chen congratulated Dan Baixian. Ouyang Hong walked to his side and asked in a low voice, "Brother Shui, do you think Hua Yunshu or Yang Cheng is stronger?" Fang Chen pondered for a moment, then said, "It's very likely that Hua Yunshu will win this battle." In reality, Fang Chen had never fought Hua Yunshu before. He had fought Yang Cheng before, although it wasn't a real battle. But at least he had some understanding of Yang Cheng. Before the ancient hunting battlefield, Yang Cheng was indeed strong. But now, Fang Chen's strength was comparable to a third-step cultivator. Thinking about it carefully, he felt that Yang Cheng wasn't that strong. If Yang Cheng wants to win, he'll have to have a fortuitous encounter in the ancient hunting battlefield. Just as Fang Chen was speaking, Yang Cheng and Hua Yunshu's battle began. Dong. Hua Yunshu immediately used his most powerful secret technique, the Azura Heavenly Finger Technique. A vast aura surged around Hua Yunshu. The aura quickly gathered on his palm. Then, he gently extended a finger and pointed at the void. Instantly, the void was torn apart. An extremely powerful finger light shot toward Yang Cheng with a vast amount of power. Is this the Azura Heavenly Finger Technique, the Azura Heavenly Finger Technique? Seeing this, Fang Chen and the others were shocked. The Azura Heavenly Finger Technique was too domineering. With one finger, it tore apart the void. Of course, Yang Cheng wasn't someone to be trifled with. Seeing that Hua Yunshu attacked with real force, Yang Cheng didn't show any mercy. His large hand suddenly reached out. The only thick vital essence in his sea of qi spun rapidly. The majestic vital spirit power continued to churn. His large hand seemed to have magical power. It directly covered the finger light shooting toward him. Poochie. The large hand grabbed the finger light, but the finger light pierced through the large hand. Bang! As the large hand shattered, the finger light's power was greatly reduced. When the finger light shot toward Yang Cheng, it only had 30% of its power left. This bit of power couldn't cause any harm to Yang Cheng. As expected of the Star Lord's disciple, Yang Cheng once again stretched out his hands, shattering the finger glow, and then sighed. "You're not bad yourself," Hua Yunshu said indifferently. His face was filled with confidence. The Azura Heavenly Finger Technique had a total of 5 fingers. That was just the first finger, and it was also the weakest one. However, Hua Yunshu had only cultivated the fourth finger. He hadn't been able to successfully cultivate the last finger. He vaguely remembered that his master, the Star Lord, had told him before he left the mountains. This hunting battle was a trial for him. After coming out of the ancient hunting battlefield, he might be able to grasp the essence of the fifth finger. I hope you can teach me something, Hua Yunshu said softly. The second finger of the Azura heavenly finger technique. Hua Yunshu quickly performed it. In the sky, the colorful finger light emitted a terrifying power. On the other side, Yang Cheng also unleashed his full power. The battle between the two was extremely intense. Everyone in the wilderness cried out in surprise. It was too exciting. It was really satisfying to see such a battle. Crack. Chapter 1176. Hua Yunshu's Azura heavenly finger was powerful, but Yang Cheng's secret technique wasn't weak either. The two were evenly matched in their battle. For a very long time, the battle between the two was incomparably intense. After the second finger of the Azura heavenly finger was broken, Hua Yunshu used the third finger without hesitation. That was because he had never expected to defeat Yang Cheng with the second finger. After all, Yang Cheng was a martial artist who had reached the third step. He was still very powerful. The third finger. In an instant, 3 rays of light appeared in the sky. Of the 3 finger lights, the middle one was golden yellow, and the 2 surrounding it were silver white. The 3 finger lights had different thicknesses. The golden finger light in the middle was very thick. At first glance, it seemed to be as thick as an arm. The silver finger light on the 2 sides was only as thick as a finger. The 3 finger lights attacked side by side. Seeing this, Yang Cheng's large hand slapped out. Wherever Yang Cheng's large hand slapped, the void instantly collapsed. Senior brother Yang Cheng's secret technique doesn't seem to be from the Black Heaven sect. Seeing Yang Cheng's strange attack, Fang Chen muttered to himself. Beside him, Dan Bixuan said softly, although Yang Cheng is from the Black Heaven sect, he left Skypass Island long ago for the old Hua Islands and joined an immortal sect. Come to think of it, this secret technique should have come from the immortal sect. Yang Cheng's attack was very strange. No one could tell what his secret technique was. Even Xia Ao narrowed his eyes. It seemed that Yang Cheng had a high status in the immortal sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to cultivate such a secret technique. But so what? In the end, he was still defeated by Xia Ao. At this thought, Xia Ao glanced at Sanguinati and Ouyang Hong. Now, the martial artists that Xia Ao wanted to kill the most were these two. It wouldn't be long before they died at his hands. While Xia Ao was thinking, the battle on the battlefield changed again. Yang Cheng's strange attack successfully neutralized the third finger of Hua Yunshu's Azura heavenly finger. At that moment, Hua Yunshu's expression turned completely serious. Yang Cheng, you are very strong, Hua Yunshu said in a low voice. You're not weak either. As the disciple of the idol Cloud Star Lord, how could he not be strong? Moreover, Hua Yunshu was the only disciple of the idol Cloud Star Lord. Star Lord Idol Cloud was one of the peak experts of Heavenspan Island, and he had never accepted a disciple. Yet, in his later years, he actually took Hua Yunshu as his disciple. It was obvious that Hua Yunshu was extraordinary. Hua Yunshu stared at Yang Cheng, his aura vibrating. Let's settle this with one battle, Hua Yunshu said. Yang Cheng nodded. There was no point in continuing to fight like this. He might as well decide the outcome of the battle. Azura heavenly finger, fourth finger. Swoosh. Hua Yunshu extended his finger and flicked it. Instantly, 4 powerful rays of light shot out from his finger. Of these 4 finger lights, the 2 in the middle were golden in color, while the 2 on the sides were still silver in color. The 4 finger lights carried vast power as they shot toward Yang Cheng. As they flew, the 2 golden finger lights in the middle actually swallowed up the silver finger lights. In the blink of an eye, the golden finger lights swallowed up the silver finger lights. In an instant, the finger lights in the sky became 2. This was the final form of the Azura heavenly finger's 4th finger. Although there were only 2 finger lights, this was the final form of the 4th finger. The power of these two golden finger lights was even stronger than the previous three combined. Dong. Wherever the finger lights passed, space became chaotic. The expressions of the other people on the mountain changed drastically. What a powerful attack. Ouyang Hong couldn't help but sigh. Dan Bixuan and Fang Chen were both shocked. This attack was only the fourth finger of the Azura Heavenly Finger. Just how powerful would the fifth finger be? The Azura Heavenly Finger was an extremely domineering mid-tier secret technique. It was created by the idol Cloud Star Lord himself, and only he had cultivated the fifth finger. Although Hua Yunshu was extremely talented, he had only cultivated the fourth finger. Yang Cheng, if you can block my fourth finger, I'll admit defeat, Hua Yunshu said in a low voice. If he couldn't even defeat Yang Cheng with the fourth finger, then he might as well just admit defeat. At this moment, a gloomy look appeared in Yang Cheng's eyes. The fourth finger of the Azura Heavenly Finger was too powerful. Open. Yang Cheng's large hand suddenly pulled back. Instantly, a powerful handprint blasted toward the two golden finger lights. Then, Yang Cheng's hand whipped back again. Repeatedly whipping the air, Yang Cheng's attack was pushed to the limit. His pupils had also turned grayish-white, looking extremely terrifying. Poochie. When the two terrifying attacks collided, the battle was already over. Yang Cheng's large hand was instantly pierced by the two golden finger lights. Yang Cheng's body flew back and fell to the ground. His face was a bit pale. There was a small hole in his hand, and blood kept flowing out. Yang Cheng channeled his vital spirit to stop the blood from flowing out of his palm. Then, he slowly stood up. The Azura Heavenly Finger is indeed worthy of its reputation. The top prodigy of the Black Sky sect lost to Hua Yunshu just like that. Instantly, all the martial artists in the wilderness were shouting Hua Yunshu's name. At this moment, Hua Yunshu's popularity reached its peak. Hua Yunshu gently waved his hand, indicating for everyone to be quiet. Then he turned to look at Yang Cheng. You're also very strong. If it weren't for the Azura Heavenly Finger, I wouldn't be your match. Yang Cheng nodded. He had a good impression of Hua Yunshu. Senior brother Yang Cheng, are you alright? Asked Fang Chen. Yang Cheng shook his head. The Black Sky sect depends on you. With that, Yang Cheng turned and left. Hua Yunshu won the fifth battle. Just like that, the first round of the competition was completely over. The five winners were Xia Ao, Ouyang Hong, Sanguinati, Dan Bixuan, and Hua Yunshu. Among them, only Hua Yunshu was a lone martial artist. The other four were disciples of the three palaces, two sects, and one royal family. After the first round of the competition ended, the rules of the second round were instantly imprinted in the five's minds. A free-for-all. Fang Chen was very surprised. The rules of the second round were beyond his expectations. It was actually a free-for-all. The five great prodigies would fight on the mountain peak. Whoever was blasted off the peak would be eliminated. The last person left would be the winner of this hunt. Fang Chen exchanged glances with Ouyang Hong, then chuckled. A free-for-all would be very beneficial to him. After all, he could team up with Ouyang Hong. Then he glanced at Dan Bixuan. She was also looking at him. A free-for-all, huh? Xia Ao muttered softly. Immediately after, before the four of them could react, he took the initiative to attack. The one closest to Xia Ao was Hua Yunshu. Xia Ao suddenly threw a punch at Hua Yunshu. Hua Yunshu felt a strong gust of wind behind his head. He was instantly shocked. His body flashed and he quickly dodged. Although he dodged in time, he was still hit by Xia Ao's fist radiance. Poochie. Hua Yunshu spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with fury. Xia Ao. Hua Yunshu roared furiously. Idiot. Xia Ao sneered and continued to attack. After successfully sneaking an attack on Hua Yunshu, Xia Ao's target became Ouyang Hong. Although he also wanted to kill Sanguinati, he hated Ouyang Hong even more. Xia Ningqin was killed by Ouyang Hong. Kill. Xia Ao bellowed and unleashed his full strength. The defense around him was raised to the maximum. Both of his fists continued to punch out. Imperial Heavenly Ancient Technique. Xia Ao also cultivated the Royal Heavenly Ancient Technique. Each of the 3 younger generation members of the Xia clan displayed the Royal Heavenly Ancient Technique. They gave off a different feeling. Xia Sheng's Royal Heavenly Ancient Technique was the weakest. Xia Ningqin's was slightly stronger. Xia Ao's Royal Heavenly Ancient Technique was extremely powerful. Seeing that Xia Ao took the initiative to attack him, Ouyang Hong smirked. He sneered and started to exchange blows with Xia Ao. At the same time, Fang Chen held the hidden star sword and joined the battle. He and Ouyang Hong were fighting side by side. Among the people present, Xia Ao posed the most threat. Since it was a chaotic battle, he might as well eliminate Xia Ao first. Dan Baixian did not move. Her eyes flickered as she thought quickly. Hua Yunshu, who was sneak attacked, finally recovered. He roared angrily and joined Ouyang Hong's battle. Xia Ao, you despicable person. If not for Xia Ao's sneak attack, Hua Yunshu would not have made such a choice in order to balance the 2 powers. But now, he had no other choice. Since Xia Ao dared to sneak attack him, he had to be prepared to be besieged. For a moment, the 3 surrounded Xia Ao. Only Dan Baixian did not move. On the wasteland, everyone was dumbfounded. If this continued, Xia Ao would definitely be eliminated. In fact, Ouyang Hong and the other 2 teamed up to fight Xia Ao. The latter was already powerless. Damn it! Xia Ao punched out with both fists, forcing Fang Chen and Ouyang Hong back. Then, he leaped and arrived in front of Hua Yunshu. Bang! His iron fist punched out, dodging Hua Yunshu's Azura Heavenly Finger and hitting Hua Yunshu's arm. He forced Hua Yunshu back. Dan Baixian, don't you want to fight for first place? Xia Ao said coldly. Hearing this, Dan Baixian was startled. She gritted her teeth and finally made a decision. Dan Baixian attacked and joined the battle. She thought it would be a 5-person battle, but in reality, it was not. Because Dan Baixian had chosen Fang Chen's side. In other words, Xia Ao was surrounded by 4 great geniuses. Shameless. Xia Ao attacked while cursing. Hearing this, Hua Yunshu sneered. As the number 1 genius of the Xia clan, it's glorious for you to sneak attack others, but shameless for the 4 of us to surround you. What a joke. Is there something wrong with your head? Xia Ao, you have no fate with first place in this hunting war, Ouyang Hong said coldly. Xia Ao, you are no match for the 4 of us. Just admit defeat, Fang Chen said. The 4 joined forces to attack, forcing Xia Ao to retreat step by step. Chapter 1177. If I'm eliminated, you have even less hope of getting first place. Xia Ao looked at Dan Baixian and said in a low voice. He was trying to persuade Dan Baixian to join his camp. If Dan Baixian joined forces with him, it would be more than enough to deal with these 3. Once the 3 of them were eliminated, the first place would definitely be his. A mere Dan Baixian was no match for him. However, how could Dan Baixian not know Xia Ao's intentions? She chose Fang Chen's camp because she wanted to eliminate Xia Ao first. The 4 of them would compete. At that time, even if Sanguinati and Ouyang Hong joined forces, she could also join forces with Hua Yunshu. There was still a great chance for them to compete for first place. If you're eliminated, the 4 of us can still compete for first place, Dan Baixian said softly. At this point, there was no longer any issue of offending them. Even if Dan Baixian joined forces with the other 3 to eliminate Xia Ao, the Xia clan would not start a war with the Pillview Hall over this matter. The Pillview Hall was slightly weaker among the 3 palaces, 2 sects, and 1 royal family. However, its foundation was very deep. Especially the Pillview Hall master, who was an expert in the Tao of pills. There were too many experts who had begged for pills from the Pillview Hall. Some of them had already grown to become lords of their own territories. As long as he raised his arms and shouted, countless experts would be willing to stand up for the Pillview Hall. Therefore, Dan Baixian was not worried about Xia Ao's revenge. Mysterious Heaven Sealing Technique. Azura Heavenly Finger. Pill Dragon Technique. Mysterious Yin Great Strength Technique. The four of them displayed their strongest attacks one after another. The first thing that appeared in the sky was a terrifying sword net. This sword net was formed by countless sword lights. Within the sword net, there was a vast aura, as if it would explode at any time. Under the control of Fang Chen, the sword net dived down toward Xia Ao. At the same time, two golden finger lights appeared. Hua Yunshu displayed the fourth finger of the Azura heavenly finger in anger. Its power was much stronger than when he defeated Yang Cheng. At the same time that the sword net enveloped Xia Ao, two golden finger lights also whizzed over. Xia Ao was furious, and a war hammer appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the hammer in his hand smashed into the net of swords. Crack! The sword net was smashed by the war hammer, and a large crack suddenly appeared. Two golden finger beams pierced through the cracks in the sword net and blasted towards Xia Ao. Earth-splitting hammer technique. This was one of Clear Sky Island's mid-tier secret arts, the earth-shattering hammer technique. The power of the earth-shattering hammer technique was much stronger than the Imperial Heavenly Ancient technique. Forced by the four of them, Xia Ao had no choice but to use the earth-shattering hammer technique. Dong! The war hammer in his hand smashed onto the two golden finger lights, shattering them instantly. At the same time, Dan Bai Xian's Pill Dragon Art attack also arrived. The mystical secret method of the Pill View Hall and the art of alchemy were combined into the secret method to form the most powerful elixir dragon spell. Only to see Dan Bai Xian's small white hand take out a reddish-yellow pill from her bosom. This pill was only the size of a thumb. Dan Bai Xian squeezed her hand lightly, and the reddish-yellow pill instantly shattered. Roar! A dragon's roar reverberated through the sky. This was the true essence of the elixir dragon spell. Dan Bai Xian's art of alchemy was extremely exquisite, and she had long grasped the essence of the elixir dragon spell. Countless shattered pill particles condensed into a five-clawed golden dragon. Under Dan Bai Xian's control, the five-clawed golden dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it charged towards Xia Ao. This is the elixir dragon spell. Before the start of the hunting war, Emperor Xia had specially warned Xia Ao. He had to be careful of the Pill View Hall's elixir dragon spell. This secret technique was the nemesis of the earth-splitting hammer technique. However, Xia Ao didn't believe it, and still blasted out with his war hammer. Dong! The earth-splitting hammer technique was pushed to the extreme by Xia Ao, and its battle prowess was close to that of a heavenly body tier elite. However, when the war hammer struck the five-clawed golden dragon, it was instantly sent flying. Dong! The earth trembled, and the five-clawed golden dragon sent the war hammer in Xia Ao's hand flying with unimaginable power. Xia Ao's body was also continuously retreating. When he retreated to the edge of the mountain peak, he finally stabilized himself with great difficulty. At this moment, Xia Ao finally knew that Emperor Xia's words were true. The elixir dragon spell was really too strange. Especially that five-clawed golden dragon, when the war hammer struck it, it didn't have any power on its body. However, it easily dispelled the power of the earth-splitting hammer technique, and sent the war hammer flying. When Fang Chen and Hua Yunshu saw this scene, their eyes also lit up. At the same time that Dan Bai Xian used the elixir dragon spell, Ouyang Hong also used his own secret technique. Dark Yin Great Strength Technique. This was taught to Ouyang Hong by the Black Yin Dao ancestor. Although this secret technique was only an ordinary mid-level secret technique, its power was exceptionally strong. Unfortunately, the person who used it was Ouyang Hong. If it were Ouyang Qing, its power would definitely increase. This was because Ouyang Qing had the Black Yin Fiend body, and could support the Black Yin Great Strength Technique. Hoo! When Xia Ao was forced to the edge of the mountain peak by the elixir dragon spell, Ouyang Hong's fists whistled through the air. The Black Yin Great Strength Technique had boundless strength. Ouyang Hong used it to its fullest. Bang! Caught off guard, Xia Ao was hit by the Black Yin Great Strength Technique, and his body retreated once again. Fortunately, his defense had dispelled more than half of the power of the Black Yin Great Strength Technique, allowing him to remain on the peak. The number one genius of the Xia clan is only SOSO, Ouyang Hong sneered. You will regret making the Xia clan your enemy. At this point, Xia Ao was still unwilling to lower his head. His face was full of disdain. His aura was rising. Now, prepare to suffer the wrath of I, Xia Ao. Xia Ao's face was full of arrogance. Xia Ao alone had 3 middle-grade secret techniques. This was something that the other geniuses could not compare to. This was the treatment that the number 1 genius of the Xia clan received. The first secret technique was the Imperial Heavenly Ancient Technique, which was relatively common in the Xia clan. Any disciple of the Heaven Star Border Stage 9 could cultivate it. The second secret technique was the Earth-Shattering Hammer Technique. This secret technique could only be used by the most outstanding of the younger generation. The third secret technique, which he was about to use, was given to him by the immortal sect of the Old Hua Islands, which he had joined. Proud Heaven Palm. This was Xia Ao's third secret technique, and also his trump card. At this point, he did not dare to hold back. If he did not use his trump card, he would not be able to defeat the 4 geniuses. In his eyes, there was only the number 1. If he could not obtain the number 1 position, this hunting war would lose its meaning. Most importantly, this would disrupt the Xia clan's plans for the next few years. Therefore, no matter what, the number 1 position would belong to Xia Ao. Let's end this quickly, Fang Chen said to the 3 geniuses. The 3 of them nodded. They had also realized how powerful Xia Ao was. Immediately, the 4 of them attacked together again. As for Xia Ao, this was the first time he used the Proud Heaven Palm since entering the ancient hunting war. Ha! Xia Ao roared. The only vital essence in his sea of qi started to circulate rapidly. The terrifying vital essence covered Xia Ao's palms. Then, he quickly struck out 4 palms at the 4 geniuses. So strong. Fang Chen was the first to feel the power of the Proud Heaven Palm. He did not fight it head-on. Instead, he used the true meaning of time and space to dodge the Proud Heaven Palm and appeared beside Xia Ao. The second level of the Heavenly Sealing Art, 5 Thunders Calamity Technique. Fang Chen used his 2 strongest secret techniques at once. Both physical and spiritual attacks. They were directed at Xia Ao. Seeing Sanguinati suddenly appear beside him, Xia Ao was also surprised. Although he knew that this person had the true meaning of space, he did not think much of it. But now, Sanguinati's space diversion was beyond his expectations. What's going on? When Sanguinati appeared in front of him, Xia Ao felt that the air around him had changed. What's going on? With Xia Ao's insight, how could he see that the flow of time was changing? Xia Ao sensed the changes around him and increased the power of the Proud Heaven Palm. He blasted out a palm and forced Fang Chen to retreat. However, no one noticed. While Fang Chen was retreating, a petite black bug quietly landed on Xia Ao's arm. The other 3 geniuses were trying to resolve Xia Ao's Proud Heaven Palm. This palm technique is too strange. Hua Yunshu said in a low voice, his expression extremely solemn. Xia Ao's Proud Heaven Palm carried a spiritual attack along with its physical attack. After the first contact, the 3 of them were hit. Fortunately, their souls were very strong and were able to withstand the spiritual shock. Crack. While Fang Chen was retreating, the other 3 also resolved the Proud Heaven Palm's attack. The 4 of them stood side by side, their aura shaking the sky. Xia Ao, you've lost. Even his strongest attack was resolved. What right did Xia Ao have to stand here? In the wasteland, the disciples of the various sect exclaimed. Xia Ao is too strong. If it was a one-on-one, he might be able to take first place. Unfortunately, the rules are a free-for-all. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame Xia Ao for offending too many people. Yeah, now that the 4 of them are working together, Xia Ao won't be able to resist at all. While everyone was discussing, Han Yingshue's beautiful eyes flashed as she stared at the mountain peak. As for Ouyang Qing, she was very confident in her brother and Sanguinati. Xia Ao will definitely lose, Ouyang Qing said. The other geniuses in the second group also shook their heads, not daring to believe the scene before them. Once upon a time, they had competed with Sanguinati. However, only a short time had passed, and there was an insurmountable gap between them and Sanguinati. Fire mania and convulsive fire of the Flamewing Palace felt a lingering fear. If they had fought with sanguinati, they might have ended up like the Daoless Palace. Qing Konglu and Qing Yuanyu of the Green Spirit sect narrowed their eyes and stared at the mountain peak. Once Xia Ao is eliminated, the first place will most likely be sanguinati, Qing Yuanyu said softly. Qing Konglu nodded. Up until now, sanguinati hadn't used his trump card. The star-killing arrow was a precious treasure that could make heavenly body tier elites tremble in fear. Chapter 1178. Xia Ao let out a pitiful cry. He slapped his own arm, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The demon armor insect was sent flying. The demon armor insect's corrosive power was very strong. It just laid on Xia Ao's arm and was about to burrow into his body. However, Xia Ao was also a decisive person. He was very decisive. He was also very ruthless to himself, sending the demon armor insect flying with a slap. Looking at his mangled arm, Xia Ao's eyes were scarlet, and his heart was filled with rage. You guys have completely infuriated me. Xia Ao looked around at the four people and said coldly. We don't fear you with the four of us working together, Ouyang Hong said with a cold smile. However, although Ouyang Hong's attitude was very tough, he also sighed in his heart. This Xia Ao was indeed the #1 prodigy of the younger generation of Clear Sky Island's Xia clan. He should be proud to be able to resist the four of them to this extent. Stepping into the heavenly body tier was only a matter of time. Perhaps he could step into the legendary creation tier in the future. This Xia Ao's reputation as a genius was well deserved. At first, Ouyang Hong thought that after his cultivation reached the 9th level of the Heaven Dipper realm, he could defeat all Heaven Dipper realm martial artists. However, now it seemed that when Xia Ao fought with him, he had also hidden some of his strength. I, Hua Yunshu, admire you for having 3 great secret techniques. However, you, Xia Ao, are too despicable. Even if I can't get first place today, I'll still eliminate you. Hua Yunshu was very angry. This Xia Ao actually sneak attacked him and tried to eliminate him. How laughable. Dan Bai Xian and Fang Chen's aura surged, and they were ready to attack at any time. Under Fang Chen's command, the little mouse silently left the mountain peak and hid in a secluded place, waiting for an opportunity to attack. I really didn't expect that I, Xia Ao, would be forced to this extent by you guys in this hunting war. You guys should be proud to die by my hands. Xia Ao's face was filled with madness. Immediately after, an extremely vast aura surged out from his body. This aura caused the expressions of the four people to change drastically. What is this? Fang Chen cried out. Ouyang Hong suddenly yelled, burning the soul to refine the body. Hearing Ouyang Hong's shout, everyone was even more shocked. Xia Ao, as a member of Clear Sky Island's Xia clan, how could you cultivate such a brutal secret technique? Hua Yunshu rebuked. Upon seeing Xia Ao's aura rise continuously, the four of them quickly retreated. Burning the soul to refine the body was a taboo technique of Heavenspan Island. In ancient times, there had been no Xia clan on Heavenspan Island. At that time, the master of Heavenspan Island was the master of Heavenspan Peak. At that time, there was an evil organization on Heavenspan Island. This evil faction was extremely powerful, able to contend with the righteous martial artists of Heavenspan Island. And the secret of their sect was the soul-burning body tempering technique that made people tremble in fear. According to legend, after cultivating the burning soul to refine body, martial artists could burn their own souls to increase the strength of their physical body. Moreover, when this technique was cultivated to the extreme, one could split their soul and cultivate a clone. This was because to cultivate this technique, one had to lay the foundation with the blood of countless martial artists. Thus, after that sect was destroyed, this brutal technique was also directly destroyed. Who would have thought that after so many years, someone would actually cultivate the burning soul to refine body? After using the burning soul to refine body, Xia Ao's aura was close to that of a heavenly body tier elite. The power of the stars in heaven and earth continuously surged into his body. All of you must die. In order to obtain first place, he, Xia Ao, could do anything. This included slaughtering all the martial artists in the ancient hunting battlefield. Right now, the most important thing was to kill the 4 people in front of him. Wang. In an instant, Xia Ao's aura rose to the heavenly body tier. Heavenly body tier. The 4 prodigies' expressions were extremely serious. There was a fundamental difference between the heavenly body tier and the heaven dipper tier. If Xia Ao was a heaven dipper tier cultivator, the 4 of them wouldn't fear him at all. However, the present Xia Ao's cultivation level had already risen to the heavenly body tier. This was the terrifying part of the burning soul to refine body. Although his cultivation level would still fall to his original level afterward, it was enough to escape or kill powerful enemies. What should we do? Hua Yunshu asked in a low voice. Although he hated Xia Ao, he didn't want to take the risk. His soul is burning, and his cultivation level has broken through to the heavenly body tier. We're no match for him, Dan Bixuan said softly, her beautiful eyes flickering. Beside her, Ouyang Hong also shook his head helplessly. At first, he thought that the 4 of them would be able to eliminate him. However, such an unforeseen event had occurred. He was really unwilling to accept this. I'm unwilling. Ouyang Hong sighed. Now, there wasn't much time left. They had to make a choice. Once Xia Ao's cultivation level completely stabilized, it would be a disaster for them. At that time, they wouldn't be able to escape even if they wanted to. I give up. Hua Yunshu was the first to give up. I also give up. Dan Bixuan gave up without hesitation. In the end, only Ouyang Hong and Fang Chen were left. Ouyang Hong wasn't in a hurry to make a decision. Instead, he looked at Fang Chen. Brother blood, Ouyang Hong asked. Fang Chen pondered for a moment. Then, he raised his head, glanced at Ouyang Hong, and said, Brother Ouyang Hong, I have a way to deal with Xia Ao. Hua Yunshu and Dan Bixuan obviously didn't believe Sanguinati. The 2 of them left the mountain peak one after another. Leaving the mountain peak also meant that they gave up on this competition. Only Xia Ao and the other 2 were left on the mountain peak. Huala. A wild aura shot into the clouds. Xia Ao's cultivation level finally stabilized. Idiot. Xia Ao sneered and prepared to attack. However, at this moment, a pitch-black arrow appeared in Fang Chen's hand. The appearance of this arrow caused the air around the mountain peak to instantly freeze. What's that? On the wasteland, many cultivators widened their eyes, looking at the star-killing arrow in Fang Chen's hand. What a terrifying aura. This arrow isn't simple. Its aura is too strong. Dan Bixuan and Hua Yunshu, who had just walked down the wasteland, cried out involuntarily when they saw the arrow in Fang Chen's hand. Star-killing arrow. The 2 exchanged glances, feeling regretful. If they had known that Sanguinati had the star-killing arrow, they wouldn't have given up. On the mountain peak, Ouyang Hong saw the star-killing arrow and chuckled. Xia Ao, it's time for you to die, Ouyang Hong sneered. Xia Ao, whose face was originally filled with an arrogant smile, also became much more serious at this moment. Star-killing arrow. I didn't expect you to actually have this thing. Xia Ao took a deep breath, trying to calm the shock in his heart as he said coldly. I didn't want to use it at first, but I had no choice. Fang Chen spread out his hands. The star-killing arrow released a terrifying aura, causing even Ouyang Hong's heart to palpitate. As expected of the star-killing arrow, it was too terrifying. The star-killing arrow that was said to be feared by even heavenly body tier elites actually appeared in Sanguinati's hands. At first, they thought that the battle would be one-sided, but at this moment, there was a 180-degree turn. Everyone on the wasteland was waiting for Xia Ao's action. They wanted to see how he would block the power of the star-killing arrow. Humph, the star-killing arrow can't stop me. Xia Ao shouted in a low voice, and directly stretched out his hand. Instantly, the void collapsed. Xia Ao's large hand contained majestic power of stars, and it pressed down. Ouyang Hong's body was trembling. If he was suppressed by this large hand, he would undoubtedly die. This was a heavenly body tier level hand, and that terrifying power of stars, just thinking about it was extremely terrifying. However, right at this moment, Fang Chen poured the power of strong essence into the star-killing arrow. Xiu. The star-killing arrow streaked across the void, piercing toward Xia Ao. Rumble. The large hand was still pressing down. Ouyang Hong and Fang Chen's eyes were fixed on the star-killing arrow. Huala. The penetrative power of the star-killing arrow was very tyrannical. In a flash, it appeared in front of Xia Ao. Go die. Seeing this, Xia Ao suddenly exerted force with his other hand, directly grasping the star-killing arrow. Catcher. However, he underestimated the power of the star-killing arrow. His large hand was directly penetrated. The power of the star-killing arrow really erupted. Dong. The whole ground was in battle. Xia Ao's large hand that attacked Fang Chen and Ouyang Hong instantly collapsed. And the star-killing arrow also carried an extremely powerful impact, piercing into Xia Ao's body. No. Chapter 1179. Star-murdering arrow, a precious treasure that even heavenly body-tier elites were very afraid of. Xia Ao was too arrogant, thinking that he could rely on his own efforts to resist the power of the star-murdering arrow. However, he forgot that his cultivation level also rose to the heavenly body tier in a short time because he used burning soul body refinement. Under the domineering attack of the star-murdering arrow, Xia Ao did not have any power to resist. The star-murdering arrow directly pierced through Xia Ao's body. Peng. The star-murdering arrow instantly exploded, and Xia Ao's body was also battered and exhausted. Ah! Miserable cries sounded from the battlefield. Xia Ao desperately neutralized the power of the star-murdering arrow. He urged burning soul body refinement to the extreme, and cast the ultimate move of burning soul body refinement without regard for anything, blasting toward the star-murdering arrow that was stuck in his body. Catcher. Perhaps it was because the person who activated the star-murdering arrow was Fang Chen, and his strength was a little weak. Therefore, the power of the star-murdering arrow was not unleashed to the maximum. Under Xia Ao's desperate attack, the power of the star-murdering arrow also gradually dissipated. Finally, the star-murdering arrow directly broke with a catcher. The tyrannical power instantly dissipated. After doing all this, Xia Ao's body directly fell to the ground softly. As if a living dead, not moving at all. Xia Ao was still breathing. Ouyang Hong wanted to go and kill him, but was stopped by Fang Chen. 70% of his soul has been burned. He's practically a cripple now. Let him live. Otherwise, the Xia clan will definitely go crazy, Fang Chen said. Hearing that, Ouyang Hong nodded. Brother Blood, you really hid deeply, Ouyang Hong said with a grin. Below the wasteland, thunderous applause came. All the cultivators looked at the mountain peak, those two tall and straight figures, in disbelief. Xia Ao was the totem of the younger generation of Clear Sky Island, an invincible existence. However, what they did today, they really did it. Whoosh on the wasteland, shouts like a tsunami were all calling out Sanguinati's name. Even Hua Yunshu and Dan Bai Xian nodded slightly. In all fairness, from certain aspects, they were indeed inferior to Sanguinati. The hunting battle is over, Hua Yunshu muttered to himself. To him, if he couldn't get first place, the other rankings didn't matter. Just like Han Feng, he had a powerful master behind him, so he didn't need to worry about resources. In this hunting war, the only thing that attracted them was the baptism quota at the heavenly deities pool. But now, he had no hope of getting first place, so he was relieved. It was indeed a golden era, with geniuses emerging in large numbers. Hua Yunshu sighed in his heart. It seemed that he would have to come out more often in the future and come into contact with all kinds of experts. In this way, he would be able to grow quickly on the path of martial arts. At the same time, he looked at Sanguinati with a burning gaze. This child will be extraordinary in the future. Heaven Dipper Realm 7th layer can do such a feat, his future was limitless. Even Hua Yunshu was a bit envious of Sanguinati's talent. No one in the entire Heavenly Deity Island could match his talent. On the other hand, Dan Bai Xian's eyes flashed, and she had mixed feelings. When she first saw Sanguinati, she felt that he was extraordinary. That was why she went to befriend Sanguinati. But now, Sanguinati had given her too much shock. So powerful, Dan Bai Xian said. After Xia Ao was defeated, a voice sounded in everyone's mind. The second round of the battle royal still hadn't ended. As long as the first place wasn't decided, it wouldn't end. Hearing this, Ouyang Hong looked at Sanguinati, who happened to be looking at him too. Next battle? Fang Chen asked. Ouyang Hong shook his head. Yes. Fang Chen didn't understand. What did Ouyang Hong mean? They were close, but neither of them wanted to give up the first place, so they could only rely on their strength. Brother Shui, I've seen your growth. You're stronger than me, Ouyang Hong said in a low voice. Then, he spread out his hands and said, I give up fighting for first place. Hearing Ouyang Hong's words, Fang Chen frowned and said, Brother Ouyang, you don't have to do this. Clearly, Ouyang Hong had already made his decision. Brother Shui, you don't have to persuade me. In the battle against Xia Ao, if it weren't for your star-killing arrow at the last moment, our lives would have been in danger. In fact, when Hua Yunshu and Dan Bai Xian gave up one after another, Ouyang Hong already had the thought of giving up. However, it was Sanguinati who asked him to stay. Sanguinati had single-handedly won the battle, and he didn't do anything. Moreover, he was so close to Sanguinati. How could he fight with him for first place? Ouyang Hong gave up the fight and left the mountain. Fang Chen's tall figure stood quietly at the top of the mountain. Dong. The entire ancient hunting battlefield was shaken, and it resounded through the sky. Everyone's hearts trembled. Was the hunting battle over? A thought was transmitted into everyone's minds. Instantly, it caused an uproar. The hunting battle rankings were out. First place was Sanguinati, second place was Ouyang Hong, and third place was Xia Ao. The reason why Xia Ao was third was because Hua Yunshu and Dan Bai Xian gave up one after another in the final battle. Therefore, even though Xia Ao was heavily injured and almost died, he was still third. Fourth place was Dan Bai Xian, and fifth place was Hua Yunshu. As for the last five, no one paid attention to them anymore. Their target was the same, the youth standing on the mountain who turned the tide, Sanguinati. After the final result was announced, the Black Heaven sect disciples went completely crazy. They danced with joy. Yang Cheng and Fan Feiying were even more excited. They didn't expect the Black Heaven sect to be first in this hunting battle. It's over. It's finally over. All the cultivators breathed a sigh of relief. Although the hunting battle was full of opportunities, it was also extremely dangerous. Countless cultivators had died here. The hunting battle that had lasted for more than a year was finally over. This time, Sanguinati's name would definitely resound throughout sky-penetrating island. In the outside world, in the wasteland closest to the ancient hunting battlefield. Usually, the wasteland was desolate and almost no one would come here. However, today, it was especially lively. The giants of the 6 super sect had all arrived. Even the higher-ups of the sect had arrived. The hunting battle has ended today. I wonder what the result is, Ancestor Green Spirit said. The first place will definitely be my Xia clan, Xia Ao said confidently. Xia Ao and Xia Ningqin are very strong. They will most likely take the first 2 places. Fire Mania of my Flamewing Palace will most likely be third, the Flamewing Palace Master said. Liu Kuang of my Daolis Palace will at least be in the top 10. He might even be in the top 5. The Daolis Palace Master laughed. Beside him, Danjing Palace Master had a gentle smile on his face. He only nodded to the other giants and did not express his opinion. Yang Cheng should be able to enter the top 10, the Black Heaven Sect Master said to himself. Yang Cheng had the highest chance of becoming a Black Heaven Sect disciple. Although Sanguinati's potential was heaven-defying, his strength was not enough. He could at most enter the top 20. The 6 super giants stood at the forefront and chatted with each other. Behind them, the higher-ups of the 6 super sects were also laughing and discussing. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of something breaking through the air from afar. It attracted the attention of the 6 super giants. Suddenly, a figure flew rapidly from the sky. I'm not late, am I? This person exuded a cold aura, like a beggar. However, no one dared to underestimate this person. Ice Maniac, what are you doing here? Emperor Xia asked. Ice Maniac was one of the top experts of sky-penetrating island who was as famous as Emperor Xia. Ice Maniac was a loose cultivator. The Xia clan had invited him to join them many times, but he had rejected them. They did not expect Ice Maniac to come here. My disciple is participating in the hunting war. As his master, I have to come and take a look. Ice Maniac laughed. Hearing this, the 6 supergiants were all shocked. Old man, you are willing to let your disciple participate in the hunting war, Emperor Xia joked. Just as Ice Maniac was about to speak, he suddenly turned to look into the distance and said, Old man Leisure Cloud, why are you sneaking around? Hearing this, the 6 supergiants' expressions changed again. Was the Leisure Cloud that Ice Maniac was talking about Star-Lord Leisure Cloud? Indeed, Star-Lord Leisure Cloud appeared as soon as Ice Maniac finished speaking. Chapter 1180. Among the peak experts of Ingress Island, Star-Lord Idlecloud was the most unfathomable. Although Star-Lord Idlecloud had always given off a gentle and refined aura, the 6 supreme giants didn't dare to underestimate him at all. Even the domineering Emperor Xia didn't dare to be careless in front of Star-Lord Idlecloud. Idlecloud, your disciple is also participating in the hunting war? Ice Madman asked with a grin. Star-Lord Idlecloud nodded slightly. He's been under my protection all this time and hasn't been able to grow strong. I still need to let him temper himself. The 6 supreme giants also greeted Star-Lord Idlecloud one after another. This time, the wasteland became even livelier. 2 peak experts, who were usually elusive, had actually shown up at this moment. And they were the best of the best, Ice Madman and Star-Lord Idlecloud. Everyone was waiting for the ancient hunting war to open. Once the final battle inside was over, the ancient hunting war would open automatically. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. Half a day later, at a certain moment, the entrance to the ancient hunting war suddenly shook. Many experts widened their eyes in shock. Is the ancient hunting war about to open? Everyone cried out. Dong. The ancient hunting war opened under everyone's gazes. Following the opening of the ancient hunting battlefield, the warriors inside also walked out in a single file. About 3 minutes after the ancient battlefield opened, the first warrior appeared. Haha, it's a disciple of our demon Kuei Gate. Someone in the crowd yelled happily. The ancient hunting war was incomparably dangerous. It wasn't easy to come out alive. The leader of this small sect was very excited to see his disciple come out. As the demon Kuei Gate disciple came out, the disciples of the other supreme sects came out in an endless stream. However, those who came out at the beginning were all disciples of the small sect. After about an hour, some disciples of the medium-sized sect finally came out. The 6 supreme giants stood at the front, waiting quietly. It took a full 2 hours for the disciples of the medium-sized and large-scale sect to come out gradually. Ha ha ha, Ran of the sect is fine. Warriors in the crowd yelled from time to time. The first of the 6 supreme sect to come out was Pillview Temple. Han Ying Shui is a disciple of the Pillview Palace. Han Ying Shui was the first to come out. Temple Master Dan Jing's face was full of smiles. Behind Han Ying Shui were the disciples of Pillview Palace. Dan Bishuan was the last to come out. Xian With a wave of his hand, Temple Master Dan Jing brought Dan Bishuan to his side. How is it? Temple Master Dan Jing asked excitedly. He was very clear about Dan Baixian's strength. Maybe Dan Baixian could really take first place. Dan Baixian shook her head, not saying anything. But Dan Jing already understood that Dan Bishuan didn't win first place. It's okay. It's good that you came out safely. Dan Jing comforted Dan Bishuan. After the Dan Jing Palace, it was the Green Spirit sect. Qing Konglu and Qing Yuanyu, the 2 geniuses, were present. Ancestor Green Spirit was very excited. Kang Lu, Yuan Yu, come to me. Ancestor Green Spirit shouted. Qing Konglu and Qing Yuanyu came to Ancestor Green Spirit's side. What's your rank? Asked Ancestor Green Spirit. Top 10, Qing Kang Lu said helplessly. Hearing that, Ancestor Green Spirit was a little puzzled and continued to ask. Before Qing Kang Lu could answer, The people of the Flamewing Palace also came out. Haha, fire mania and convulsive fire are both here. The Flamewing Palace master laughed excitedly. Now, they weren't concerned about the rankings, but the survival of their own sect's disciples. After the Flamewing Palace disciples came out, it was the Black Heaven sect. Seeing Fang Chen and the others come out safely, the Black Heaven sect master was also very excited. After the Black Heaven sect, it was Han Feng, Hua Yunshu, and Ouyang Hong who appeared. The last to appear was the Xia clan. When the people of the Xia clan appeared, they attracted everyone's attention. What's going on? The Xia clan's genius, Xia Ao, was carried out by the younger generation of disciples. Emperor Xia could see at a glance that Xia Ao was seriously injured and in danger of dying. What's going on? Emperor Xia's figure flashed and came to the younger generation of the Xia clan. He held Xia Ao's wrist and felt his pulse. After a while, Emperor Xia's body emitted a frightening aura. His face was extremely gloomy as he said coldly, "Speak, what's going on?" Emperor Xia was furious. His favorite disciple, Xia Ao, had been seriously injured. He wanted to know what was going on. Emperor Xia, the leader of the disciples, knelt on the ground and said in a trembling voice, "Emperor Xia, Xia Ao was injured by Sanguinati of the Black Heaven sect." What? Emperor Xia heard this and looked sharply at the Black Heaven sect's area. Immediately, everyone's attention was on Sanguinati. Impossible. This person can't be Xia Ao's match. Emperor Xia shook his head. Emperor Xia could see Sanguinati's strength at a glance. He didn't believe that such a weak cultivator could injure Xia Ao to this extent. "Emperor Xia, everything this disciple said is true," the disciple continued. "Tell me in detail," said Emperor Xia. In the second round of the final battle, senior apprentice brother Xia Ao was surrounded by Sanguinati, Ouyang Hong, Hua Yunshu, and Dan Bixuan. The disciple spoke truthfully. Hearing this disciple's words, all the cultivators present were shocked. "The four of them surrounded Xia Ao," said Emperor Xia. His gaze swept over the four heavenly geniuses, killing intent surging in his eyes. "Emperor Xia, the rules of the final battle are a free-for-all. Surrounding and attacking doesn't seem to be against the rules," said Star Monarch Idlecloud. Hua Yunshu was his disciple. He definitely wouldn't allow Emperor Xia to attack him. Emperor Xia suppressed his anger. His gaze swept over Hua Yunshu, Dan Bixuan, and finally landed on Sanguinati and Ouyang Hong. "It's one thing for the four of you to surround and attack Xia Ao, but you even used the star-killing arrow," said Emperor Xia. "The star-killing arrow belongs to Fang Chen. Do the rules not allow it?" asked the Black Heaven sect's sect master. Emperor Xia's eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Sanguinati. Emperor Xia, senior brother Xia Sheng was killed by Sanguinati, and Princess Xia Ningqin was killed by Ouyang Hong, added a disciple of the Xia clan. Hearing this, Emperor Xia became even angrier. "The people of the Xia clan will not die in vain." Emperor Xia stepped forward and arrived at the Black Heaven sect's area. He wanted to kill Sanguinati. However, he was stopped by the Black Heaven sect's sect master. In the ancient hunting battlefield, life and death are determined by fate. Xia Sheng was killed, which means that he wasn't strong enough. "If you want to avenge Xia Sheng, I will be the first to disagree." The Black Heaven sect's sect master's attitude was firm. If Sanguinati had killed Xia Sheng in the outside world, he definitely wouldn't have said anything. However, that had happened in the ancient hunting battlefield. "Emperor Xia, you've gone too far." Ice Maniac couldn't stand it anymore. This Emperor Xia had gone too far. Logically speaking, Sanguinati was right. The reason he killed Xia Sheng was because Xia Sheng was his competitor. Should he not kill him and wait for him to kill him? As for using the star-killing arrow to deal with Xia Ao, it was also reasonable. "Honorable Emperor Xia, don't you want to know why I used the star-killing arrow to deal with Xia Ao?" Under everyone's gaze, Fang Chen walked out from behind the Black Heaven sect's sect master and asked Emperor Xia in a deep voice. "You are provoking me," Emperor Xia said coldly. Gao Gui is like Emperor Xia. Why would he casually deal with a weak Heaven's Strength realm martial artist? If word got out, he would be laughed at, Fang Chen continued. If I wanted to kill you, the Black Heaven Sect's sect master wouldn't be able to stop me, Emperor Xia said. I killed Xia Sheng because he wanted to kill me. I couldn't just sit and wait for death. Fang Chen spread his hands and said, as for seriously injuring Xia Ao, if he hadn't used the Sky Pass Island's forbidden technique, Hua Yunshu and Dan Bixuan wouldn't have given up on fighting for first place, and I wouldn't have used the star-killing arrow. Forbidden technique? Hearing that, everyone was confused. Burning soul-body refinement. As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, it caused a huge uproar. What? Xia Ao actually cultivated the burning soul-body refinement? Wasn't the burning soul-body refinement destroyed? Why did it appear? Emperor Xia, you have to give us an explanation for this matter. Even a few of the supergiants spoke up. Burning soul-body refinement was too deeply involved. Nonsense. Emperor Xia was furious and was about to attack. I can prove it. I can prove it too. Chapter 1181. Burning the soul to refine the body. Emperor Xia was the clearest about this. When he heard Sanguinati's words, he was also shocked. He did not believe that Xia Ao had cultivated such an evil technique. After all, the burning soul to refine the body had been destroyed in that earth-shattering battle. It was impossible for anyone to possess it. However, Hua Yunshu, Dan Bixuan, and Ouyang Hong's words proved one point. Emperor Xia's expression kept changing. Xia Ao, who burned his soul to refine his body, actually practiced such a technique. Is this true? Ice Kuangren stopped smiling and asked solemnly. Beside him, Star Monarch Idler Cloud's expression became even more serious. Burning the soul to refine the body was a serious matter. If this was true, he definitely had to pay attention. Master, Sanguinati's words are true. When Xia Ao used the burning soul to refine the body, his cultivation instantly soared to the heavenly body tier. This was also the reason why Dan Bixuan and I gave up on fighting for first place, Hua Yunshu said. Hearing this, Star Monarch Idler Cloud finally understood. So this was the reason why Hua Yunshu gave up fighting for first place. According to Hua Yunshu's description, the 6 super big shots, Ice Kuangren, and Star Monarch Idler Cloud already knew that Sanguinati's words were true. Burning the soul to refine the body is an evil technique, a taboo of Clear Sky Island. How did Xia Ao obtain it? Ice Kuangren asked first. His expression was dark as he looked at Emperor Xia. Others gave him face, but Ice Kuangren did not care. The Xia clan had to give an explanation for this matter. Emperor Xia, you have to give us an explanation for this matter, Star Monarch Idler Cloud said in a low voice. The other 5 super big shots all nodded. This matter was serious. If that evil sect were to revive, it would be a disaster for Clear Sky Island. Hearing this, Emperor Xia's face turned ashen. He looked at Xia Ao and asked coldly, what happened? Facing Emperor Xia's question, Xia Ao had already thought of a countermeasure. Emperor Xia, I obtained this technique by accident. I had no idea it was an evil technique. Xia Ao appeared very innocent as he weakly spoke. Where did you obtain it? Emperor Xia continued to ask. In a certain dangerous place. Xia Ao said. Hearing this, the Xia Emperor painfully closed his eyes. After a long time, he said, burning soul to refine body is a taboo technique of Heavenspan Island. Everyone despises it, but Xia Ao cultivated it without permission. He deserves 10,000 deaths. Today, I will clean up the sect. After Emperor Xia finished speaking, he did not give Xia Ao a chance to speak. He slapped his palm onto Xia Ao's head, causing blood and flesh to splatter everywhere. Xia Ao was dead. The main culprit is already dead. Does anyone have anything else to say? The Xia Emperor looked around and asked. Everyone fell silent. Emperor Xia, on the other hand, was ruthless. Without any hesitation, he killed Xia Ao with a single slap. This also cut off the clues of the burning soul-body tempering technique. Emperor Xia, we must attach great importance to this matter. Ice Madman's expression softened a little as he said softly. That's right. We must be careful, just in case, Star Monarch Idlecloud said. The others understood what the 2 of them meant. They must not allow that evil power from that year to rise again. Even if they had to search the entire Heavenspan Island, they had to be absolutely safe. Rest assured. My Shia clan controls the entire Heavenspan Island. We will naturally not allow any other evil power to appear, Emperor Shia said solemnly. The burning soul to refine body tempering technique had come to an end. After experiencing this, Emperor Shia could no longer act against Fang Chen. Brat, my Shia clan disciple will not die in vain. The Grand Emperor Shia was actually threatening a junior. However, Fang Chen spread his hands and did not say anything. He could feel the killing intent in Emperor Shia's heart. However, as soon as Emperor Shia finished speaking, Palace Master Daoist suddenly called out. What's going on? Why is the ancient hunting battlefield closed? The previous matter had attracted everyone's attention. Only now did they discover that the ancient hunting battlefield had closed. And none of the Daoist Palace disciples had come out. Is there a problem with the ancient hunting battlefield? Why is it closed before my Daoist Palace disciples have come out? Palace Master Daoist could no longer remain calm and shouted. Ice Maniac looked at his disciple, Han Feng, and asked, what happened? Teacher, Liu Kuang of the Daoist Palace heavily injured Ouyang Hong and angered Ouyang Hong. The latter annihilated all the disciples of the Daoist Palace by himself. Although Han Feng's voice was soft, it was still heard by everyone. Hearing this, Emperor Shia's expression changed slightly. Palace Master Daoist suddenly turned his head and looked at Han Feng. He said solemnly, nonsense. How can he deal with the genius of my Daoist Palace, Liu Kuang? Palace Master Daoist did not believe that Ouyang Hong could destroy the entire Daoist Palace by himself. It's up to you to believe it or not, Han Feng said coldly. Dong, the ancient hunting battlefield, was completely closed. At this moment, Palace Master Daoist finally went crazy. Is what he said true? Palace Master Daoist's sharp eyes looked at Ouyang Hong and asked. That's right. The younger generation of the Daoist Palace was killed by me. If you want to blame someone, blame them for injuring my sister, Ouyang Hong said disapprovingly. You dare to kill my Daoist Palace disciples. Crash. As soon as Palace Master Daoist finished his words, he suddenly tore through the void and appeared in front of Ouyang Hong. Without waiting for Ouyang Hong to move his body, Hall Master Wu Dao made a move. Pa. Palace Master Daoist slapped Ouyang Hong and sent Ouyang Hong flying. Then, he stretched out his hand and suppressed Ouyang Hong. At this moment, Fang Chen attacked. Swoosh. Using the space-time true intent, he silently appeared behind Palace Master Daoist. Xian Tian Sealing Art. Without hesitation, he used the second level of the Xian Tian Sealing Art. A tyrannical sword net instantly enveloped Palace Master Daoist. Courting death. Palace Master Daoist felt the attack behind him and sneered. He retracted his palm and gave up attacking Ouyang Hong. Instead, he attacked Fang Chen. Xian Tian Sealing Art? If Xian Tian Old Man used it, I would be afraid. How dare you, a Heaven Star Border Realm ant, attack me? Peng. Palace Master Daoist shattered the sword net with a slap and sent Fang Chen flying. Brother Blood, don't worry about me. Ouyang Hong was quite touched when he saw this. Facing an elite at the peak of the heavenly body realm, Sanguinati attacked regardless of everything. It really touched him. But now, Sanguinati was in danger. Palace Master Daoist, you've gone too far. Sect Master Daoist attacked. He waved his hand, and a vast power of stars instantly spread out and enveloped Fang Chen's body, blocking Palace Master Daoist's attack. Xian Tian Old Man, you want to stop me? Palace Master Daoist glared at him and asked in a deep voice. Sanguinati is a disciple of my Black Sky sect. With me here, you can't kill him. Sect Master Daoist's attitude was very tough. Good, very good. Palace Master Daoist turned to look at Ouyang Hong after he finished speaking. He has the protection of the Black Sky sect. What about you? Palace Master Daoist took a step out, shuttled through the void, and arrived beside Ouyang Hong. His whole body exuded a terrifying killing intent. Facing Palace Master Daoist's power, Ouyang Hong stood tall and straight, his face full of arrogance. He would not yield. You can't kill me, Ouyang Hong said in a deep voice. At the side, Ouyang Qing's body was a little weak. At this moment, she also ran to her brother's side. Palace Master Dowless, if you dare to attack my brother, I guarantee that your Palace Master Dowless will disappear from Clear Sky Island, Ouyang Qing reprimanded. Being threatened by a weak girl, Palace Master Dowless was completely enraged. Ha ha ha, I, Palace Master Dowless, have cultivated for so many years, and this is the first time I've been threatened. What a joke. Those who were familiar with Palace Master Dowless knew that he was completely enraged. Among everyone present, the happiest was none other than Emperor Xia. He originally wanted to kill Sanguinati and Ouyang Hong, but because of Xia Ao's matter, Xia clan almost became the target of public criticism. Now, Palace Master Dowless was actually indirectly helping him by making a move. Today, I want to see who can save you. Palace Master Dowless clenched his fist, the power of the stars surging, and suddenly punched out. Ouyang Qing rushed to her brother's side, wanting to help her brother block this punch. Palace Master Dowless, you will regret this. There was no fear on Ouyang Qing's face. Instead, there was a hint of mockery. It was as if she was saying how stupid Palace Master Dowless was. Sister. Ouyang Hong roared and pulled his sister away. However, Palace Master Dowless' powerful attack came whistling. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Fang Chen was in pain. He wanted to help, but he was powerless. However, just as everyone thought that Ouyang Hong would definitely die. Chapter 1182. Without any warning, a sigh appeared in the sky. After this sigh appeared, the entire heaven and earth changed color. The numerous martial artists on the wasteland were all shocked. Some weaker martial artists were even trembling. This sigh contained a very powerful sound wave attack. It was very frightening. After the sigh fell, the attack of the dignified peak stage Heavenly Body Tier Elite, Temple Master Wu Dao, abruptly stopped. His face was filled with shock. How is this possible? Tempestuous waves were set off in Temple Master Wu Dao's heart. He was the clearest about his attack. Even if Emperor Xia made a move, it was also impossible to make his attack abruptly stop. The only explanation was that the owner of the Sai just now made a move in secret. Despite being so far away, Zhongxian was able to seal his body in midair with just a sigh, rendering him unable to move at all. Thinking of this, a trace of panic arose in Temple Master Wu Dao's heart. His eyes abruptly turned to the void. Right at this time, another sigh came from the void. On the wasteland, many elites including the 6 great super big shots, Ice Madman, and Idle Cloudstar Lord were all shocked. Only Ouyang Qing and Ouyang Hong revealed smiles on their faces. Grandfather came, the danger was resolved. Voila! Under the gazes of tens of thousands, the figure of an old man past his prime floated down from the void, finally landing on the ground. Senior. Although there was no aura fluctuation on this person's body, the expressions of Emperor Xia and the others changed drastically. They looked at this old man past his prime in front of them in disbelief. Others were not clear, but Emperor Xia and the others were the clearest. This old man was an elite that surpassed the heavenly body tier. When did Heavenly Passage Island actually have a creation tier elite? Tempestuous waves were set off in Emperor Xia's heart. He stared at the old man in front of him with his mouth agape. Senior. Emperor Xia and the others greeted this person respectfully. The old man past his prime nodded slightly, his gaze finally landing on Temple Master Wu Dao. Just one look, and Temple Master Wu Dao felt as if he was seen through. Too powerful. Temple Master Wu Dao's body finally regained freedom, and he secretly said in his heart, "May I know why Senior has come here?" Emperor Xia, as the clan leader of the Xia clan and the island master of Heavenspan Island, was the first to ask. "Are you the current master of Heavenspan Island?" the old man asked casually. "That's me." Even someone as powerful as Emperor Xia had to refer to himself as a junior before this person. The many cultivators in the wasteland were completely shocked. Even Emperor Xia referred to himself as a junior. Could this person really be one of the legendary creation realm cultivators? Thinking of this, the wasteland was filled with exclamations. The old man ignored the exclamations of the crowd. His body was slightly stooped as he shook his head and said, "You are far inferior to the previous island master." Everyone was shocked. Could it be that this old man knew the previous island master? Fang Chen was also a little surprised. Wasn't the previous island master the owner of Heaven-Piercing Peak? Being mocked like this, Emperor Xia did not dare to retort. If that person were to make a move, not even the combined might of the entire Heavenspan Island would be a match for him. Not to mention the small Xia clan. "Senior, you've come to Heavenspan Island. As the master of the island, it is only natural for me to act as a host." The Xia emperor chortled. If he could befriend such an elite, there would be too many benefits for him. However, the old man no longer paid attention to Emperor Xia. He limped towards Palace Master Wu Dao. Everyone's hearts tightened. Had the old man come for Ouyang Hong and Ouyang Qing? Sure enough, seeing the old man walk over, Ouyang Qing, dressed in a red dress, had a smile on her face. She ran directly to the old man and rushed into his embrace. "Grandfather, have you arrived long ago?" Ouyang Qing asked coquettishly. Instantly, everyone in the wasteland was stunned. Ouyang Qing's grandfather was this old man? Hong. The wasteland was filled with shock. Especially the few super big shots, Ice Madman, Idle Cloudstar Monarch, and the others. They were even more shocked. However, thinking back, when Palace Master Wu Dao attacked Ouyang Hong, Ouyang Qing had said that Palace Master Wu Dao would definitely regret it. No wonder he was so fearless even when attacked by an elite at the peak of the heavenly body tier. So he had such a background. "Grandfather." The old man gently stroked Ouyang Qing's beautiful hair, his face full of doting. His gaze fell on the battered and exhausted Ouyang Hong, and his expression became slightly more serious. Ouyang Hong lowered his head somewhat awkwardly. "Normally, I told you siblings to cultivate well, but you didn't listen. Now, you've been bullied," the old man said with some displeasure. Ouyang Hong did not speak. And at this moment, the most shocked was Fang Chen. He had long guessed that Ouyang Hong's grandfather should be an elite. However, he only thought that Ouyang Hong's grandfather was an elite similar to Ice Madman. Who would have thought that his grandfather was actually a creation tier elite? This is a creation tier elite. Fang Chen felt his heart palpitate. The old man in his twilight years did not deliberately emit the aura on his body, and it already made everyone feel extremely oppressed. If he released his aura, they did not know how to block it. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, Ouyang Hong dragged Fang Chen to the old man's side. "Grandfather, this is my brother, Sanguinati," Ouyang Hong introduced. "Junior Sanguinati greets senior." Fang Chen hurriedly clasped his hands and said. Facing a creation tier elite, Fang Chen was also very nervous. After all, this was the first time he truly saw a creation tier elite with his own eyes. Those he had seen before were almost all dead creation tier elites. Hearing this, the old man nodded, very satisfied with Fang Chen. Not bad, not bad. The old man in his twilight years never praised others. Even Ouyang Hong was rarely praised. However, when facing Fang Chen, he wasn't stingy with his compliments. The 6 super giants' gazes gradually changed as they looked at Fang Chen. The Black Heaven sect master was even more excited. He did not expect that his own sect's disciple not only took first place, but also had a relationship with a creation tier elite. It was really surprising. After the old man in his twilight years nodded to Fang Chen, he turned to look at Temple Master Wu Dao. "You want to kill my grandson?" the old man in his twilight years asked. Hearing this, Temple Master Wu Dao's heart trembled, and he hurriedly said, "Senior, this is a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding? If I did not appear in time, I'm afraid my grandson would have been killed by you," the old man in his twilight years continued. It was obvious that he was very protective of his grandson. "Senior," Temple Master Wu Dao wanted to explain, but he was interrupted by the old man in his twilight years. "Break one of your arms and get out of my sight." Hearing the old man's words, Temple Master Wu Dao's expression kept changing. "Senior, your grandson did not suffer any substantial harm. You are bullying the weak by doing this," Temple Master Wu Dao retorted. The old man in his twilight years frowned slightly and looked at Temple Master Wu Dao. Temple Master Wu Dao immediately let out a miserable cry. Everyone looked over, and their scalps immediately went numb. Just a glance, and it made Temple Master Wu Dao lose an arm. One had to know, Temple Master Wu Dao was a peak stage heavenly body realm powerhouse. He was also only a step away from that creation realm. However, facing a creation realm powerhouse, he did not even have the strength to resist. Too strong, mustn't provoke. Emperor Xia secretly warned in his heart. Cutting off Temple Master Wu Dao's arm with a glance, Emperor Xia, did not think that he was much stronger than Temple Master Wu Dao. The other few people were also extremely shocked. Temple Master Wu Dao let out a miserable cry, and he crawled up from the ground. Where the severed arm was, blood flowed out continuously. Many thanks for Senior's grace of not killing. Even if he was humiliated, he also had to be respectful to the other party. Temple Master Wu Dao's heart was filled with resentment, but he did not dare to vent it. The other party regarded him as an ant and could kill him at any time. Sparing his life was disdaining to make a move. Temple Master Wu Dao finished speaking and quickly disappeared from the wasteland. The Temple Master Wu Dao's upper echelons that followed also left dejectedly. Instantly, the wasteland was deathly silent. All of the martial artists' gazes were all on the old man in his twilight years. "You guys continue," the old man in his twilight years suddenly said. Emperor Xia was taken aback, and immediately said, "Senior, since you came, then the following reward distribution ceremony, how about you preside over it?" Emperor Xia would not let go of any opportunity to befriend this senior. Chapter 1183. Ancestor Xian, Ouyang Hong and Ouyang Qing's grandfather. The strongest person on Heavenspan Island, an elite who had long stepped out of creation realm. Before him, the strongest people on Heavenspan Island were the 6 super big shots, Ice Madman, Idle Cloudstar Monarch, and the others. However, his appearance directly intimidated Emperor Xia and the others. Everyone respected him. In reality, Ancestor Xian was not a native elite of Heavenspan Island. Many years ago, Ancestor Xian brought his young grandchildren to Heavenspan Island because of some matter. Thus, he lived in seclusion on Heavenspan Island. All along, Emperor Xia and the others did not know at all that there was actually a transcendent creation realm elite on Heavenspan Island. If they had known, they would definitely have paid a visit. If not for Palace Master Daolis wanting to kill Ouyang Hong this time, Ancestor Xian probably would not have appeared. Thinking of this, Emperor Xia and the others were also incredibly solemn. On Heavenspan Island, were there other creation realm elites? This was what they wanted to know, but did not dare to ask Ancestor Xian. After the previous storm, the wasteland calmed down again. Ancestor Xian presided over the award ceremony, and everyone was looking forward to it. The top 10's rewards. Ancestor Xian waved his hand, and immediately, each person was given a secret technique that was very suitable for them. Even Ouyang Hong had a share. Soon, the top 10's rewards were given out. Next were the top 3's rewards. The third place was Xia Ao. He was already dead, so the martial artist after him rose by 1 place, which happened to be Dan Bai Xian. Dan Bai Xian chose a level 4 divine weapon that suited her. With this level 4 divine weapon, Dan Bai Xian's strength rose again. Faintly, Dan Bai Xian felt that she had touched the threshold of the heavenly body tier. Her pretty face was full of joy. Next was Ouyang Hong. He also chose a level 4 divine weapon. "What divine weapon do you want?" Ancestor Xian asked. "Up to you," Fang Chen said. Ancestor Xian nodded, and then waved his hand. Instantly, the divine weapon was sent into his arms. Fang Chen received the divine weapon, and then stored it in his spatial ring. After the top 3's rewards were given out, next was the highly anticipated first's reward. The baptism spot in the Heavenspan Divine Pool. Being able to get first place is enough to prove your talent and strength. Ancestor Xian was full of praise for Fang Chen. The first place reward, the spot to enter the Heavenspan Divine Pool, should be yours. After saying that, Ancestor Xian looked at Emperor Xia and said, "When are we going to the Heavenly Divine Pool?" Emperor Xia was stunned when he heard this, and then he said carefully, "How about 3 days from now?" "All right," Ancestor Xian said. After the rewards were distributed, everyone looked at Sanguinati with envious eyes. This lucky guy actually got first place. That was a place for the baptism of the heavenly divine pool. Ancestor Xian prepared to leave with Ouyang Hong and Ouyang Qing. However, he turned to look at Ice Madman and Star Lord Idlecloud and chuckled. If the two of you are free, you can come and play chess with me. Upon hearing this, Ice Madman and Star Lord Idlecloud were filled with excitement. Ever since they had reached the peak stage of the heavenly body tier, they had been unable to advance any further. Stepping into the manifestation realm was not something that could be solved by cultivation alone. The two of them had been bitterly searching for a way to step into the manifestation realm, but they had not found any clues in all these years. And now, Ancestor Xian was actually asking them to play chess. The meaning was obvious. Ancestor Xian wanted to give them pointers. Many thanks, Ancestor Xian. The two of them clasped their fists. Ancestor Xian left with his grandson and granddaughter. The few super big shots also left with their higher-ups and disciples. The hunting war this time was too unexpected. Who would have thought that the final winner would be the Black Heaven sect, and first place would be taken by a guy at the 7th level of the Heaven Dipper tier? Then, see you in 3 days. The Black Heaven sect master bid farewell to Emperor Xia and then turned to leave. In the end, only the people of the Xia clan were left on the wasteland. Emperor Xia, an elder said in a low voice. Don't act rashly. A manifestation realm elite is not something we can imagine, Emperor Xia said softly. Then what about the baptism of the heavenly divine pool? The elder asked with some reluctance. With a manifestation realm elite here, we have no other choice, Emperor Xia said. The hunting war ended, and the results spread like a kite across the entire heavenly divine island. Sanguinati's name resounded across the world. Killing Xia Sheng and severely injuring Xia Ao. No one in the younger generation could match up to such battle results. Every martial artist treated Sanguinati as their idol and goal. They wanted to surpass Sanguinati one day in the future. When the news reached the Black Heaven sect, the palace masters and vice palace masters of the 8 palaces went crazy. They never dreamed that the first place would be taken by the Black Heaven sect. At the same time, they were even more convinced that their sect master had a unique vision. Sanguinati's potential was too heaven-defying. The hunting war caused a huge uproar. They couldn't calm down for a while. Within the Imperial Heaven City, there were martial artists discussing about the hunting war in every corner. Almost every corner could hear Sanguinati's name. In the afternoon, Fang Chen had just returned to the Black Heaven sect's residence in the Imperial Sky City when he was called away by Ouyang Hong. In a certain elegant courtyard, Ancestor Xian sat on a stone bench with a chessboard on the stone table. Ancestor Xian held a white chess piece and placed it on the board. Then, he held a black chess piece and played chess with himself. Ouyang Qing, who was at the side, smiled when she saw her grandfather's focused look. At that moment, Ouyang Hong and Fang Chen arrived. Grandfather, Sanguinati is here, Ouyang Qing said. Ancestor Xian looked up and smiled at Fang Chen. Then, he put down the flag in his hand and said, have a seat. Ouyang Qing, Ouyang Hong, and Sanguinati sat on 3 stone benches. Fang Chen was still a little nervous when facing a manifestation realm elite. Senior, may I know why you called me here? Fang Chen asked. You don't have to be so formal in front of me. Moreover, you and Hong call each other brother. Ancestor Xian was very kind. Fang Chen gradually relaxed. Ancestor Xian had called Fang Chen here only to ask about Fang Chen's past cultivation and background. Ancestor Xian was also a little surprised to learn that Fang Chen came from Scar Island. Under normal circumstances, Heaven Dipper tier cultivators wouldn't travel back and forth between small islands unless they were in a group of explorers. Then why did you come to Clear Sky Island? Ancestor Xian asked. I was plotted against by an enemy, Fang Chen said in a low voice. Brother blood, why don't we kill our way back together? Ouyang Hong asked. Ancestor Xian glanced at Ouyang Hong, and the latter hurriedly lowered his head. With your potential, it's only a matter of time before you reach the heavenly body tier. However, before that, I have to remind you of something, Ancestor Xian said slowly. Please enlighten me, Senior, Fang Chen hurriedly said. Everyone knows that to reach the heavenly body tier from Heaven Dipper tier, you need to take 3 steps, Ancestor Shen continued. Do you know why? The 9th level of Heaven Dipper tier has 9 flashes of astral essence in your sea of qi. To reach the heavenly body tier, you need to fuse the 9 flashes of astral essence together and form a star tower. Only then can you reach the heavenly body tier. After a pause, Fang Chen continued, these 3 steps should be to make it easier to fuse the astral essence. Ancestor Shen nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, you're right. The reason there are 3 steps after the 9th level of Heaven Dipper tier is because it's easier to fuse the astral essence in batches, Ancestor Shen said. First, 9 fuses into 6, then 6 fuses into 3, and finally 3 fuses into 1. At this time, the 3 steps have been completed, and there's only the last step left, tempering. Under normal circumstances, cultivators who reach the 3rd step can reach the heavenly body tier. The earliest is 1 or 2 years, and the latest is 10 years. Fang Chen listened quietly. Creation tier cultivators' comprehension of martial arts wasn't something that ordinary people could compare to. Ancestor Shen was giving guidance to Fang Chen, and the latter was secretly delighted. Although it's easy to advance steadily like this, have you ever thought about the drawbacks of reaching the heavenly body tier like this? Not only Fang Chen, but even Ouyang Hong and his sister were astonished. Grandfather, these 3 steps were gradually perfected by countless predecessors over countless years. How could there be drawbacks? Ouyang Qing asked. Ouyang Hong also nodded. Chapter 1184. Mystic King Tier, Heaven Dipper Tier, Heavenly Body Tier, Creation Tier. This was the cultivation system that had existed since ancient times. In the vast universe, who knew how many epochs had passed, this cultivation system had always existed. And now, Ancestor Shen actually said that this cultivation system had its drawbacks. How could Fang Chen and the others accept this? Since there were drawbacks, then in the vast universe, countless prodigies still cultivated without hesitation. Why was this? As if seeing their confusion, Ancestor Shen smiled faintly, and said, I know you have doubts in your hearts. I'm not completely denying the cultivation system. I'm just saying that there are drawbacks to these 3 steps into the heavenly body tier. Of course, this is no secret. As long as one is powerful, these things are known to all, Ancestor Shen said very calmly. Grandfather, what's going on? Don't keep us in suspense, Ouyang Qing asked somewhat anxiously. Ancestor Shen continued, a long, long time ago, from Heaven Dipper tier to heavenly body tier, there were no so-called final 3 steps. At that time, if Heaven Dipper tier wanted to step into heavenly body tier, it was like an insurmountable gap. Because Heaven Dipper tier cultivators were unable to step into heavenly body tier for a long time, the balance between the number of cultivators in the universe was broken. Later, in a certain epoch, an earth-shattering great elite appeared. With the power of his entire life, he explored these 3 steps. With these 3 steps as a buffer, more and more Heaven Dipper tier cultivators stepped into heavenly body tier, and the universe once again regained its balance. Although taking these 3 steps can allow cultivators to easily reach heavenly body tier, there are some drawbacks. When one reaches creation tier, these drawbacks are very obvious. What Ancestor Shen means is to not take these 3 steps, and rely on great perseverance to break through the limit and step into heavenly body tier. That's the most perfect way, Fang Chen said. Ancestor Shen nodded in satisfaction when he heard this. That's right. What you said is exactly what I wanted to say to you 3, Ancestor Shen said. In the vast universe, I've seen many amazing prodigies. Many of them relied on their great perseverance to break through the limit and step into heavenly body tier. Taking 3 steps to reach heavenly body tier. This kind of cultivation had drawbacks, but the drawbacks weren't too great. The higher one's cultivation, the more one will understand that only by relying on one's great perseverance and breaking one's limits can one walk to the peak of martial arts in the future. However, once you choose to take the 3rd step, it means that you will never be able to reach the peak of martial arts, Ancestor Shen continued. Fang Chen and the other 2 fell into deep thought. After a long time, Fang Chen digested Ancestor Shen's meaning. After taking the 3rd step, although his cultivation speed would increase, he would not be able to reach the peak. However, he would still be able to become an overlord. And by relying on great perseverance to break through the limits, he would have the opportunity to cross swords with the geniuses of the various races in the universe in the future and step onto the peak of martial arts. However, Ancestor Xian had also said that advancing to the heavenly body tier through sheer willpower was far too difficult. Not 1 in 10,000. In other words, not even 1 out of 10,000 people would succeed. Just thinking about this ratio made one's heart turn cold. It was no wonder that even though some people knew the drawbacks of this method, they still took the 3 steps. For example, Hua Yunshu, the disciple of idol Cloud Star Lord, and Han Feng, the disciple of Ice Madman. Of course, there were also some top-notch geniuses who were very arrogant. They would rather live a mediocre life than choose this kind of cultivation method. Therefore, I hope that you can make a wise choice when you step into the 9th level of the Heavenly Dipper realm. After Ancestor Xian finished speaking, he slowly stood up and walked back into the room. He was tired and needed to rest. This was also to send him off. Thank you for your guidance, Ancestor Xian. Today, Fang Chen learned a lot from Ancestor Xian, especially after knowing the secret of the Heavenly Dipper realm. After bidding farewell to Ancestor Xian, Fang Chen returned to his residence. Darkness gradually approached, and a crescent moon hung in the sky. Fang Chen rested in his residence, but one after another, powerhouses came to visit Fang Chen. Sanguinati, Ancestor Qing Ling is here to visit. Sect Master Shen Tian brought Ancestor Qing Ling to Fang Chen's courtyard. At this time, Fang Chen was sitting on a stone bench. Sanguinati, I'm only here for one thing. Ancestor Qing Ling said straightforwardly. What is it? Fang Chen didn't have a good impression of Ancestor Qing Ling's sword Cloudstar Sovereign died in his hands. If there was a chance, Fang Chen would kill Ancestor Qing Ling to avenge sword Cloudstar Sovereign. I want to exchange for your spot in the Heavenly Dipper pool. Ancestor Qing Ling took a deep breath and said slowly, no matter the price. Ancestor Qing Ling, please go back. Fang Chen refused directly. Ancestor Qing Ling's expression kept changing. Finally, he flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. Sanguinati, the spot in the Heavenly Dipper pool is of great importance. Don't be afraid of their coercion. With me here, they won't dare to touch you. Sect Master Shen Tian exhorted. Fang Chen nodded. Not long after Ancestor Qing Ling left, the Flamewing Palace Master also came. The result was the same. He was rejected by Fang Chen. Later, Temple Master Dan Jing also came. However, Temple Master Dan Jing didn't come alone. He brought Dan Bixuan with him. Temple Master Dan Jing. After all, Fang Chen had a good relationship with Dan Bixuan. Sanguinati, congratulations on winning first place in the hunting battle. Temple Master Dan Jing grinned. Fang Chen nodded. I brought Xian here this time to let the two of you get to know each other, Temple Master Dan Jing said. Sanguinati, we're friends, right? Dan Bixuan asked. Yes, Fang Chen said. One more friend meant one more strength. Moreover, Dan Bixuan was a genius of the Temple Master Dan Jing. Her alchemy skills had reached the level of a 4-star divine alchemist. On Heavenly Dipper Island, it was considered very good. It was everyone's dream to have such an alchemy genius. Temple Master Dan Jing chatted with Fang Chen for a while and then left. The general idea was that as long as he needed it in the future, he could go to the Temple Master Dan Jing at any time. The pills of the Temple Master Dan Jing would always be free for him to use. This was beyond Fang Chen's expectations. He'd thought that the Temple Master Dan Jing had come to trade for a spot in the Heavenly Dipper pool. After Temple Master Dan Jing left, Fang Chen's courtyard became much quieter. This continued all the way until midnight, when another expert appeared. Emperor Xia. Fang Chen recognized him. Sanguinati, I'm afraid you already know why I'm here. Emperor Xia went straight to the point. Sorry, my spot won't be traded, Fang Chen said. Hearing this, Emperor Xia had already guessed that other experts had come before him. However, he was still very confident in himself. Sanguinati, although Ancestor Xian is protecting you, what if he leaves? Emperor Xia's words were somewhat threatening. Fang Chen frowned, somewhat displeased. You've offended many factions. If Ancestor Xian leaves, you'll definitely become a target. At that time, your life will also be in danger. Emperor Xia continued, if you give me your spot in the heavenly dipper pool, I, Emperor Xia, swear that you'll be an honored guest of the Xia clan, with the same status as me. The Xia clan will protect you and nurture you with all its might. The benefits offered by Emperor Xia were very tempting. However, Fang Chen wouldn't trade his spot in the heavenly dipper pool. Ancestor Xian had also said this in the afternoon. The baptism of the heavenly dipper pool was an opportunity that couldn't be missed. Moreover, Emperor Xia might be the one who'd assassinated the Lord of Heavenly Dipper Peak. No matter what, the Lord of Heavenly Dipper Peak was half his master. How could he surrender to an enemy? Fang Chen shook his head, rejecting Emperor Xia's offer. Sanguinati, have you thought it through? Are you really going to reject my good intentions? Emperor Xia asked in a low voice. Emperor Xia, please return, Fang Chen said. Emperor Xia stared at Sanguinati for a long time, then nodded. An undetectable killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes, then he left the Black Heaven sect. Fang Chen knew that this time, he'd thoroughly offended Emperor Xia. However, even if this didn't happen, Emperor Xia wouldn't let him go. He could only take one step at a time. After Emperor Xia left, no other experts came, and Fang Chen finally calmed down. However, in a dark corner of the Imperial Sky City, a black figure peeked his head out and looked around. At this moment, in the corner, another black shadow silently appeared. If Fang Chen were here, he'd definitely recognize that one of the black figures was the red-bearded elder who tried to kill him time and time again. Sanguinati can't stay. Chapter 1185. A Night of Silence. The next day, Fang Chen rested for a night, and his fatigue had long disappeared. Fang Chen entered the Heaven Connecting Peak. Only now did he know that the Heaven Connecting Peak was actually a level 5 divine tool. However, it was more powerful than ordinary divine tools. Because the Heaven Connecting Peak was a space-type divine tool, it was many times more powerful than divine tools. The current Fang Chen could only barely control the Heaven Connecting Peak. Only by stepping into the heavenly body tier could he completely control the Heaven Connecting Peak. He could even use the Heaven Connecting Peak as a weapon to fight the enemy. The huge Heaven Connecting Peak directly suppressed the enemy. Caught off guard, the enemy couldn't resist at all. Just thinking about it made him excited. This time, Fang Chen gained a lot from the hunting war. Not only did his cultivation reach the 7th level of the Heaven Dipper tier, even his soul reached the peak of the blue grade, only one step away from the purple grade. Now that his strength had improved, there were still 2 days before entering the Heaven Connecting Divine Pool. Anyway, he had nothing to do, so Fang Chen prepared to continue climbing the Heaven Connecting Stone Steps. When he was climbing the Heaven Connecting Stone Steps, Fang Chen's strength was still very weak. Now, his strength was already comparable to a martial artist who stepped into the 3rd step, very powerful. He thought that he could set foot on the 99th step of the Heaven Connecting Stone Steps. Entering the Heaven Connecting Peak, Fang Chen came to the Heaven Connecting Stone Steps with a thought. Master, do you want to climb the Heaven Connecting Stone Steps? The tool spirit asked. Fang Chen nodded and then took a step forward. Deng, deng, deng. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen came to the 98th step of the Heaven Connecting Stone Steps. Coming to the 98th step again gave Fang Chen a completely different feeling. As expected, the 99th step has a mystery. Fang Chen said to himself. This time, his feeling was even stronger. Open. Fang Chen's aura surged, and then he took a step forward. When he took this step, his expression was extremely ugly. However, Fang Chen resisted the strong pressure from all directions and came above the 99th step. Voila! At the top of the Heaven Connecting Stone Steps, light shone in all directions. It illuminated the entire space of Tongtian Peak. On this day, the people living in the Heaven's Pass Peak were all shocked. God's spirit manifestation. However, only Tianxin remained calm. He knew that this was definitely his master's doing. Thinking of this, Tianxin worked even harder. The space of the heaven-connecting peak was dry and boring. Here, he was not in any danger. He wanted to leave. He wanted to fight on the edge of life and death. Soon, I will be able to leave very soon. Tianxin said solemnly. The artifact spirit and the half-beast man were also very excited. Master had really reached the 99th step of the heaven-connecting stone steps. Too amazing. At this moment, at the top of the stone stairs, Fang Chen was enveloped by a strange light. On the 99th stone step, there was a fragment placed quietly. This fragment was around the size of a palm, and it was completely black. It was hard to tell what material it was made of. Fragments. Fang Chen stared at the fragment with wide eyes. His intuition told him that this fragment was definitely not ordinary. What is it? Fang Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed the fragment. Immediately, a clear stream entered his body, and he felt refreshed. Fang Chen studied it repeatedly, but he could not understand what this fragment was. In any case, he felt that this fragment was not ordinary. In the end, Fang Chen put the fragment into his interspatial ring. Hiss. After the fragment disappeared, the strange aura on the 99th step dissipated. An ancient voice seemed to travel through time and space and entered Fang Chen's ears. Fated person, if you have the chance, help me settle down my clansmen in the heavens pass peak. Fang Chen's soul shook, and he looked up. In the sky above the heavens pass peak, the sun was shining brightly. There was nothing. These were the words left behind by the master of the heavens pass peak. Fang Chen cupped his hands towards the blue sky and said solemnly, Senior, don't worry. If there is a day when I am strong enough to suppress Emperor Xia, I will avenge you and settle down your clansmen. There was only one fragment on the 99th step of the heavenly staircase. Fang Chen thought that there would be some kind of inheritance left behind. This fragment surprised Fang Chen. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In these 3 days, the Imperial Sky City was very peaceful. It was like the calm before the storm. Fang Chen felt extremely depressed, but he tried to calm himself down. The Shenyan ancestor said that he would personally send him to the heavens pass divine pool. During this time, the Shenyan ancestor stayed in the Imperial Sky City. Even if Emperor Xia and the others hated him, they would not dare to do anything. Therefore, there was no need to worry. On the 3rd day, Emperor Xia and the others gathered in the square of the Imperial Sky City. Soon, the Shenyan ancestor arrived. He brought along Ouyang Qing and Ouyang Hong. At this time, Ouyang Qing's injuries had completely healed, and she smiled at Fang Chen. Everyone sighed. As expected of a manifestation realm expert, Ouyang Qing had suffered such serious injuries, but she had recovered so easily. Senior Shenyan, can we go now? Emperor Xia asked with a smile. The Shenyan ancestor nodded, and everyone headed to the Heavens Pass Divine Pool. The Heavens Pass Divine Pool was in a hidden area of the Imperial Sky City. This was the forbidden area of the Heavens Pass Divine Island, and no martial artist could enter at will. But today, this place was open to the public. Soon, Emperor Xia and the others arrived. At the back of the forbidden area, there was an illusory door. The illusory door flickered, and it was extremely unstable. But this was the entrance to the Heavens Pass Divine Pool. Sanguinati, stand in front of the illusory door, Emperor Xia said. Fang Chen responded and walked to the illusory door. Suddenly, the entire Heavens Pass Divine Island trembled. Then, even the Shenyan ancestor was shocked. The will of the Heavens Pass Divine Island appeared, and the illusory door opened. What a powerful will! The higher the cultivation, the more understanding one would have of the will. The Shenyan ancestor could not help but praise. The will of the small Heavens Pass Divine Island was so powerful. In the vast universe, those almighty beings were able to control willpower with a wave of their hands. How strong was that? Thinking of this, the Shenyan ancestor shook his head slightly. Voila! A ripple appeared on the illusory door, and Fang Chen's figure disappeared. Seeing this, the Shenyan ancestor and the others were excited. Behind the illusory door was the Heavens Pass Divine Pool. Everyone wanted to enter the Heavens Pass Divine Pool, but there was no way. Senior Shenyan, the Heavens Pass Divine Pool has opened. We will leave now, Emperor Xia said with a smile. The Xianyin ancestor nodded. Emperor Xia led everyone out of the forbidden area. In the end, only the Xianyin ancestor and the Xianyin ancestor were left in the forbidden area. This time, it's all thanks to Senior Xianyin. The Xianyin ancestor cupped his hands. The Xianyin ancestor waved his hand and left with the other two. If Sanguinati encounters any trouble, you can find me at the Xianyin mountain. The Xianyin ancestor left after saying this. The heavens past divine pool opened, and the atmosphere in the Xia clan was extremely solemn. Xia clan headquarters, conference hall. The atmosphere was extremely solemn. Emperor Xia sat on the bronze throne at the head. Below him stood the high-level elders of the Xia clan. Clan leader, Xia Ao, Xia Ningqin, and Xia Sheng have fallen. The younger generation of the Xia clan has suffered a great loss, an elder said. We can't touch Ouyang Hong because of the Xianyin ancestor behind him. But we can't just let Sanguinati go, another elder said. Clan leader, Sanguinati's potential is too heaven-defying. He has the strength of a third-step martial artist at the Heavens Dipper realm level 7. With the baptism of the heavens past divine pool, his future will be extremely bright. This is a disaster. Hearing the elder's words, Emperor Xia nodded slightly. He also wanted to kill Sanguinati. But now was not the time. Sanguinati had entered the heavens past divine pool, and no one knew when he would come out. Besides, the Xianyin sect was determined to protect Sanguinati. Once Sanguinati returned to the Xianyin sect, it would be difficult to kill him. Pay close attention to the forbidden area. Once you find Sanguinati, report immediately, Emperor Xia said in a deep voice. Immediately, the elder in charge of intelligence left quickly. After thinking for a while, Emperor Xia looked at one of the elders below and asked, "How is the Xianyin sect?" "I've already contacted our people in secret. He will help us." The elder chuckled. After issuing a series of orders, Emperor Xia's expression eased. Chapter 1186. The heavenly divine pool looked boundless from the outside, like a vast ocean. Fang Chen stood on the surface of the heavenly divine pool, very shocked. Is this the legendary heavenly divine pool? Fang Chen thought to himself. Entering through the illusory door, Fang Chen felt a vast power. All along, the heavenly divine pool was only a legendary existence. Even the Black Yin Dao ancestor didn't know the specific situation of the heavenly divine pool. Fang Chen was also in the dark, and didn't know anything. Directly enter. Fang Chen thought carefully for a moment, and then plunged into the heavenly divine pool. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Just entering the heavenly divine pool, Fang Chen felt a strong pressure in the pool. Moreover, the corrosive power of this pool water was too strong. The corrosive power is too strong. The flowing gold water is simply too weak compared to it, Fang Chen said in shock. Wang. When entering the heavenly divine pool, Fang Chen also instantly understood. It turned out that the legendary willpower of Heavenly Divine Island was nurtured in the heavenly divine pool. No wonder. Stormy waves surged in Fang Chen's heart. It was too shocking. This place was actually nurturing the willpower of the heavenly divine pool. The baptism of the heavenly divine pool had already begun. Fang Chen bathed in the heavenly divine pool, continuously receiving the baptism and tempering of the pool water. In the outside world, a storm was brewing. Half a month had already passed since the hunting war. In this half a month, the matter of the hunting war and Sanguinati never stopped. In any place, in any corner, one could hear about the hunting war. However, one day after half a month, Ice Quangren and Idle Cloudstar Monarch personally went to Black Yin Mountain to visit the Black Yin Dao ancestor. Dao ancestor. The two elites clasped their fists and smiled. Sit. The Black Yin Dao ancestor had a good impression of the two. The two of them were ingenious and were very successful on their own paths. He was also the elite at the peak stage of the heavenly body tier that the Black Yin Dao elder thought was the most promising on Clear Sky Island. Out of all the elites at the peak stage of the heavenly body tier, the two of them were the ones with the highest hopes of advancing to the creation tier as soon as possible. Dao ancestor, I've come this time because I have something I'd like to ask you. Star Lord Idlecloud smiled. Speak. Xianyin primogenitor nodded. Hearing this, Ice Madman took out a file and handed it to the Black Moon Dao ancestor. The Black Yin Dao ancestor took the dossier and slowly opened it, reading it carefully. After a while, the Black Yin Dao ancestor finished reading. The two of you actually came up with such a list. Not bad. The Black Yin Dao ancestor grinned. Dao ancestor, at our level of cultivation, it is way too difficult for us to take that final step. Since we have nothing better to do, the two of us old fogies created this ranking board. The reason why we are here is so that Dao ancestor can check it out. Star Lord Idle Cloud said. Xianyin primogenitor nodded. Heaven list expert, remove me. Ice Madman and Idle Cloud Star Lord created two lists. One of them was the Heaven roll, while the other was the Earth roll. There were only 36 spots on the Heaven roll, while the Earth roll had 72 spots. The Heaven roll represented the battle prowess of heavenly body tier elites. The higher the ranking, the stronger the strength. And the Earth roll represented the battle prowess of the younger generation. In the first version created by the two of them, the first place on the Heaven roll was the Black Yin Dao ancestor. I'm not a heavenly body tier elite, so it's not suitable to be on the Heaven roll. The Black Yin Dao ancestor smiled. The two juniors humbly asked for advice, so he naturally had to give them some guidance. Remove it when we return, Ice Madman said. Then, the Black Yin Dao ancestor pointed out some mistakes according to his own understanding, and let the two of them correct it. Just like that, the Heaven roll was decided. Next was the Earth roll. With Ice Madman and Idle Cloud Star Lord's strength, they knew the young Heavenly Dipper tier cultivators like the back of their hands. In addition to the hunting war this time, the strength of the various great geniuses was clear at a glance. The Earth roll didn't have anything special to change. The Heaven roll and Earth roll were decided just like that. Dao ancestor, the two of us have nothing to do, so we plan to change the list every 3 years. At that time, we'll have to ask Dao ancestor to check, Idle Cloud Star Lord said. No problem, the Black Yin Dao ancestor said. Not long after, the Heaven roll and Earth roll were spread all over Clear Sky Island. Once the list was released, it attracted everyone's attention. Everyone was paying attention to the list. Heavenly body tier elites were paying attention to the Heaven roll, while Heavenly Dipper tier cultivators were paying attention to the Earth roll. Heaven roll 36. The first place was Emperor Xia. This was indisputable. The second place was a little surprising, though. It was Idle Cloud Star Lord. The third place was Ice Madman. The 36th place on the Heaven roll, all those who were on the list were powerful people, and could be considered top elites on Clear Sky Island. And the Earth roll was more popular. The first place of the Earth roll was unexpected, not Sanguinati, but Ouyang Hong. Of course, some cultivators who had experienced the hunting war could understand. If it weren't for Sanguinati having a spirit pet and the star-killing arrow, he definitely wouldn't be a match for Ouyang Hong. Sanguinati was ranked second after Ouyang Hong. Dan Bishuan was ranked third, and Hua Yunshu was ranked fourth. In a short few days, the two lists were spread all over Clear Sky Island. The various large sect immediately bought a large number of lists and distributed them to the sect's disciples, using this to spur the disciples in their sect. On the island closest to Clear Sky Island, Scar Island. Scar Island naturally didn't know what had happened on Clear Sky Island. However, recently, a mysterious cultivator had appeared on Scar Island's Blue Sky Island. This mysterious cultivator was very powerful, and he continuously killed the Blue Sky Island's cultivators. As long as there was a lone cultivator, they would definitely be killed without anyone noticing. In the end, this matter alarmed the Blue Sky Island Lord. He personally came to Blue Sky Island, wanting to find this mysterious cultivator. However, he didn't find anything. In a secluded place in Blue Sky Island, Ching Hu was panting. He had just killed 2 Blue Sky Island's cultivators, causing him to be targeted by a powerful cultivator. He had escaped with great difficulty. There were a few puppets beside him. These puppets were his methods. After all these years of cultivation, Ching Hu had completely inherited the puppet Dao of the Sky Puppet clan. Furthermore, Ching Hu had surpassed his master in the field of puppetry. His accomplishments in the field of puppetry had already surpassed the Sky Puppet Race's patriarch. He had been wandering around Blue Sky Island to avenge his brother. "Brother, I will definitely kill the demon Cloud State Lord and avenge you." Just as Ching, who was talking to himself, a loud roar suddenly came from afar. "Over here!" Along with this roar, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Then, noisy shouts could be heard. Ching, whose expression changed slightly when he heard this, and he immediately gave an order to the puppets. Then, he disappeared into the darkness. Soon, the Blue Sky Island's cultivators found this place. Kill. Bang. Bang. Although the Sky Puppet Clan's puppets were powerful, they couldn't withstand the encirclement of the Blue Sky Island's cultivators. In the end, the puppets were broken, but Ching, who had disappeared. In the Blue Sky Island's mansion, the Demon Cloud State Lord's face was gloomy as he looked at the puppet fragments brought back by his subordinates. He was furious. "The Sky Puppet Clan's cultivators," the Demon Cloud State Lord said coldly. "These puppets were made by the Sky Puppet Clan. It must be the Sky Puppet Clan's cultivators who were hunting down the Blue Sky Island's cultivators. Damn the Sky Puppet Clan. If it weren't for his fear of the Sky Puppet Clan's power, the Demon Cloud State Lord would have killed them long ago. Just wait. It won't be long before my puppets are successfully developed. At that time, the Sky Puppet Clan will disappear from history," the Demon Cloud State Lord said in a deep voice. There were several State Lords standing beside him. If someone was here, they would definitely exclaim in surprise. These State Lords were like puppets who were at the Demon Cloud State Lord's disposal. In the vast universe, there were countless illusory places. In the depths of the universe, it was extremely dark. Suddenly, a woman in green appeared in the darkness. Her beautiful body could be seen clearly even in the darkness. The woman in green had a beautiful face, but there was a touch of sadness on her pretty face. There was always a complicated look in her deep eyes. How many years had it been since she last smiled? The green-clothed woman moved gracefully, slowly walking in the darkness. Every step she took seemed to be as long as 100 years. She took 9 steps and finally stopped in a dark place. At this time, there were a few tears in the corner of her eyes. She wanted to cry out loud, but there was no place for her to vent. "Are you okay? I will find you even if you are at the end of the world." Chapter 1187. Imperial Sky City, Heavenspan Divine Pool. Fang Chen was soaking in the Heavenspan Divine Pool. Heavenspan Island's willpower was tempering and baptizing his body. His body, soul, and every corner of his body was being tempered and baptized. In this month, Fang Chen felt that he had made a qualitative leap. The golden heart in his body was also rapidly beating, absorbing the Heavenspan Divine Pool's water. It was strange. Originally, Fang Chen's strength was not enough to attract the attention of Heavenspan Island's willpower. Soaking in the Heavenspan Divine Pool was just the most ordinary of soaks. However, when the golden heart started to beat rapidly, even the power of will was disturbed. Willpower was formless and formless. No one could see it with the naked eye. Some weak people couldn't even feel it. Fang Chen was one of them. He could only faintly feel that Heavenspan Island's willpower was being nurtured in the Heavenspan Divine Pool. But he couldn't clearly feel it. But the golden heart had successfully attracted the willpower. Dong. After the golden heart had absorbed enough of the Heavenspan Divine Pool's water, the willpower underwent a huge change. A huge whirlpool appeared around Fang Chen's body. A terrifying attractive force emerged from the whirlpool. So strong. Fang Chen's expression changed. His body was unable to withstand such a powerful attractive force. The terrifying attractive force was constantly pulling at Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen turned pale with fright. He tried to urge the golden heart to resist, but it was useless. After an unknown amount of time, the attractive force disappeared. At this moment, Fang Chen was shocked to discover that he was at the bottom of the Heavenspan Divine Pool. How is this possible? The pressure around him was extremely tyrannical. His perfect sword body was being suppressed until it emitted a resplendent light. If it weren't for the golden heart protecting him, he would have been crushed. Why did I come here? Fang Chen was very puzzled. He didn't know that because of the golden heart, he had unintentionally activated the Heavenspan Divine Pool's high-level baptism. The Heavenspan Divine Pool's baptisms were also divided into strong and weak ones. Under normal circumstances, when martial artists obtained the approval of willpower, they could only undergo the lowest level of baptism. In other words, it was at the very top of the Heavenspan deity's pool, where the pressure from all directions would temper his body. This was the lowest level of baptism. Of course, even the lowest level of baptism was not something an ordinary person could obtain. Anyone who could enter the Heavenspan deity's pool was a peerless genius. An advanced baptism was 2 levels higher than a basic baptism. It seemed that the power of will had sensed the abnormality of the golden heart. It pulled Fang Chen to the bottom of the sky god's pool. Fang Chen had no idea that he had undergone a high-level baptism. Advanced baptism, begin. Suddenly, a shocking voice entered Fang Chen's ears. Even his soul was trembling. In the next moment, a large amount of information surged into his mind, almost causing his brain to explode. He held his head with both hands and let out a miserable cry. At this moment, the golden heart emitted a clear stream of energy to help it resist this terrifying power. After a long time, Fang Chen calmed down. The information in his mind was an introduction to the advanced baptism. Advanced baptism. Fang Chen's heart trembled. Immediately, he was ecstatic. After scanning the information, Fang Chen understood the process of the advanced baptism. The so-called advanced baptism was to help martial artists be reborn and make a qualitative leap. There were a total of 3 parts to the advanced baptism. The first part was to baptize the soul. Splash. The soul baptism began. The wild Heavenspan deity's water rushed into Fang Chen's head. The soul of a peak blue level was instantly enveloped. As for Fang Chen, he directly fell unconscious. His body floated in the Heavenspan deity's pool, receiving the soul baptism. Under normal circumstances, an advanced baptism was 3 times more than a basic baptism. Sometimes, it was even higher. 1 day later, the soul baptism ended. Fang Chen slowly opened his eyes. To his surprise, he discovered that his soul had actually reached the purple grade. Purple level soul. Fang Chen cried out involuntarily as he looked into his soul in disbelief. One had to know that the highest level of soul was the purple level. And he had actually reached the purple level. Fang Chen felt that his soul seemed to have made a qualitative leap. As expected of the advanced baptism, Fang Chen was a little bit looking forward to the next baptism. If it was a basic baptism, his soul probably wouldn't be able to break through. Although the peak blue level was 1 step away from the early purple level. However, everyone knew that this step was just a step away. The gap between them was just too great. Without the advanced baptism in the Heavenspan deity's pool, sometimes it would be impossible to break through even after decades. Fang Chen was lucky to break through so easily. His soul had reached the purple level. Fang Chen felt that the soul in his mind had undergone a great change. As for what the change was, he was a little unclear. Next was the second step of the baptism. Physical baptism. His physical body was the perfect sword body, which had already reached the intermediate level. It wasn't weak. It was very difficult to improve the perfect sword body. After all, it was known as the strongest body in the world. The physical baptism lasted for a long time. It took a full 7 days to complete the baptism. As expected, the level of the perfect sword body had increased to the peak of the intermediate level. It was only 1 step away from the advanced level. Now Fang Chen felt that his physical defense had increased a lot. Even if he faced a low-level heavenly body tier elite, he could resist for a while. So strong. Fang Chen clenched his fists. Suddenly, the surrounding Heavenspan deity water quickly dissipated. The first 2 steps of the baptism were of great help to Fang Chen. What's the last baptism? Fang Chen asked curiously. Wang. The power of intent instantly enveloped Fang Chen's whole body and then drilled into his body. It resonated with the golden heart and helped Fang Chen baptize. The third baptism was to change the martial artist's talent. This baptism was also the most domineering baptism. Hiss, hiss, hiss. With the help of the golden heart, The power of intent kept changing Fang Chen's talent. Fang Chen's talent was already incomparably heaven-defying. Now, after being baptized by the power of intent, his potential was completely excavated. 3 days later, the power of intent dissipated. Fang Chen opened his eyes. He found that his cultivation had reached the 8th level of the Heaven Dipper realm. 8th level. Fang Chen's face was ecstatic. As expected of the Heavenspan deity pool. No wonder so many martial artists wanted to come here for baptism. It was really amazing. However, just as Fang Chen was ecstatic, he suddenly noticed a change in his talent. What's going on? Fang Chen looked inside his mind. In an instant, he felt that everything he didn't understand about swordsmanship before was now completely understood. Even a high-level secret technique like the heavenly mysterious sealing technique could be seen clearly. Sword Dao talent. Fang Chen opened his eyes wide and shouted in disbelief. The baptism of the Heavenspan deity pool was too heaven-defying. It actually improved his Sword Dao talent. Moreover, he could clearly feel that his comprehension of the martial Dao had increased by many times. Fang Chen was ecstatic. I see. Fang Chen performed the Sky Demon swordsmanship in the Heavenspan deity pool. He suddenly found that there were some flaws in the Sky Demon swordsmanship that he had previously cultivated. No wonder when I performed it before, I finally felt that something was wrong. It turned out that the mistake was here. Fang Chen saw the flaws in the Sky Demon swordsmanship at a glance and made slight changes. Suddenly, the power of the Sky Demon swordsmanship increased by more than 2 times. So strong. The modified Sky Demon swordsmanship made Fang Chen very excited. Then, Fang Chen carefully studied the mysterious sky sealing technique. He found that the first and second levels that he had cultivated were also somewhat wrong. After a slight change, the power of the mysterious sky sealing technique increased sharply. Now, the true power of the mysterious sky sealing technique can be displayed. Fang Chen said to himself. The baptism of the Heavenspan deity pool made Fang Chen soar. It was like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. However, just as Fang Chen was ecstatic. Suddenly, the space ring vibrated. Immediately, Fang Chen's expression changed drastically. He found that the vibration was actually from the fragment that he had obtained on the 99th step of the Heavenspan stone steps. What's going on? Why is the fragment vibrating? The fragment was left behind by the master of the Heavenspan Peak, who was once the master of the Heavenspan Island. Could there be a connection between them? In an instant, Fang Chen thought of many things. Chapter 1188. The originally pitch-black fragment was now emitting a weak glow. This light wrapped around the fragment very tightly. The fragment was vibrating, which made Fang Chen somewhat puzzled. What's going on? Fang Chen was somewhat puzzled. His purple soul wrapped around the fragment, wanting to explore it to the bottom. However, he discovered that his soul was isolated by the fragment. Dong. When the fragment appeared, the entire heavenly divine pool was shaking. Fang Chen could clearly feel the power of intent surging wildly, directly sweeping away this fragment. Fang Chen was even more surprised. The power of intent cared so much about the fragment. What did it mean? However, at this moment, the power of intent transmitted a sentence to Fang Chen. In the future, if there's danger on Heavenly Divine Island, I can help once. This was a transmission from the power of intent. After Fang Chen heard it, he was greatly shocked. The power of intent was nurtured by heaven and earth, and was where the soul of the island was. Normally, the power of intent would not manifest at all. And now, the power of intent was actually transmitting a message to Fang Chen. Fang Chen's heart was very shocked. Help once. Fang Chen's face was filled with an ecstatic smile. If the power of intent could help once, didn't that mean that he could use the power of intent to help when his life was in danger? If the power of intent was used, not to mention peak stage heavenly body tier elites, even creation tier elites would be helpless. This is my trump card. Fang Chen thought to himself. Voila. Although Fang Chen still did not know what the fragment was. The power of intent had already pulled Fang Chen back to the sky above the heavenly divine pool. This baptism in the heavenly divine pool was considered to be over. During this period, Fang Chen's improvement was very obvious. Now, even if he faced a heavenly body tier elite, he should have the ability to fight, right? However, heavenly body tier elites had the power of stars. Compared to the power of strong origin, it was many times stronger. Therefore, he could only fight, but there was still a gap if he wanted to defeat a heavenly body tier elite. Huala Fang Chen cupped his fists towards the heavenly deities pool and stepped out of the illusory door. He was back. After nearly 2 months, he had finally returned. The current him had undergone an earth-shattering change. His strength was extraordinary. If I were to fight with Xia Ao now, I would be able to kill him without the help of the little mouse or the star-killing arrow, Fang Chen thought to himself. He looked into the special space ring and found that the little mouse was sleeping. The little mouse had eaten a lot of the demonic nuclei that they had obtained in the ancient hunting battlefield. Fang Chen smiled knowingly. The heaven-devouring divine rat clan was truly miraculous. When Fang Chen first appeared, he saw the sect master of the Black Heaven sect. Sect master, Fang Chen said. Sanguinati, how was it? The Black Heaven sect master stared at Fang Chen and called out excitedly. The harvest wasn't bad, Fang Chen said. The Black Heaven sect master discovered that Fang Chen's cultivation had reached the 8th level of the Heaven Dipper realm and was extremely excited. You have received the baptism of the heavenly deities pool. In the future, you will definitely surpass the heavenly body tier and reach the legendary creation tier, the Black Heaven sect master said with a smile. Unknowingly, the Black Heaven sect master had already regarded Fang Chen as the next sect master. However, the tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. The higher a genius stood, the more cautious he had to be. The Black Heaven sect master personally welcomed Fang Chen and prepared to return to the Black Heaven sect. The moment Fang Chen left the heavenly deities pool, the people of the Xia clan already knew. Then, Emperor Xia began to deploy. Not long after, the Black Heaven sect master brought Fang Chen to the teleportation formation. As long as he entered the teleportation formation, he would be safe. However, he did not dare to let down his guard. Let's go, the Black Heaven sect master said. However, just as the two of them were about to enter the teleportation formation, a few air-piercing sounds suddenly came from afar. In the next moment, a few heavenly body tier elites appeared. Among them was Emperor Xia. Emperor Xia, what is the meaning of this? The Black Heaven sect master asked in a low voice. Xian Tian, I have no other intentions. I just want to invite Sanguinati to my Xia clan for a visit, Emperor Xia said with a smile. Anyone could tell what Emperor Xia was thinking. The Black Heaven sect master stared coldly at Emperor Xia. This Emperor Xia was really shameless. Emperor Xia, are you going to act without regard for your status in front of so many people? The Black Heaven sect master asked coldly. He grabbed Sanguinati and entered the teleportation formation. However, the teleportation formation did not activate. Can you leave my Imperial Heaven City without my permission? Emperor Xia said with a smile. The Black Heaven sect master was burning with anger, and the power of the stars around him surged. Then, he stepped out and stared at Emperor Xia. He said in a low voice, Emperor Xia, don't think that the Black Heaven sect is afraid of you. If you push us too far, the Black Heaven sect will wage war with your Xia clan at all costs. Wage war with my Xia clan? What a joke. Emperor Xia shook his head. Xian Tian, I don't want to fight with you. Leave Sanguinati behind, and you can leave. Nonsense. Sanguinati is an elite disciple of the Black Heaven sect. Even if the Black Heaven sect is destroyed, I won't hand Sanguinati over, the Black Heaven sect master cursed. This Emperor Xia was too shameless. Hearing this, Emperor Xia was slightly startled. Then, he spread out his hands and said, if that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. I haven't fought in a long time, and it's time for me to stretch my muscles. Emperor Xia's meaning was clear. If the Black Heaven sect master was stubborn, then he would spare no expense to keep Sanguinati. If you want to fight, then I'll fight. The Black Heaven sect will accompany you to the end, the Black Heaven sect master roared angrily. When Emperor Xia arrived, The nearby warriors had already evacuated. Emperor Xia's power was very strong, and they could not resist at all. In front of the empty teleportation formation, Emperor Xia and the Black Heaven Sect Master were facing each other. Fang Chen, who was standing in the teleportation formation, stared at Emperor Xia with cold eyes. "If you push me too far, I don't mind using my trump card," Fang Chen said to himself. He was waiting to see what would happen. Although Emperor Xia was strong, he could at most suppress the Black Heaven Sect Master. He might not be able to defeat him. For the time being, there was no need to use his trump card. "Black Heaven, once I attack, you won't have any chance," Emperor Xia said. "Bring it on," the Black Heaven Sect Master said coldly. Dong. The power of the stars surged around Emperor Xia's body. He took a step forward and came in front of the Black Heaven Sect Master in an instant, throwing out a punch. The Black Heaven Sect Master was already prepared. He also threw out a punch, blocking Emperor Xia's fist and neutralizing Emperor Xia's attack. "Emperor Xia, if I want to leave, you can't stop me," the Black Heaven Sect Master sneered. Emperor Xia's face showed no signs of impatience, as if everything was under his control. However, just as Emperor Xia was about to attack the Black Heaven Sect Master again, an unexpected powerhouse appeared. "Emperor Xia, stop!" Bing Quangren let out a shout and flew over. Behind him was Star Lord Idlecloud. Two powerhouses on the heaven ranking appeared at the same time. They landed in front of the teleportation array and stood side by side with the Black Heaven Sect Master. "What is the meaning of this?" Emperor Xia asked in surprise. The Xia clan leader, the master of Sky Passage Island, actually lowered his status to attack a junior, Ice Madman said. "Emperor Xia, give us some face and let Sanguinati go." The Black Heaven Sect Master was also surprised. He did not expect that these two independent cultivators would speak up for Sanguinati. Sanguinati, who was behind them, nodded heavily. The two of them should have something to do with the Xianyin progenitor. "Is it worth it?" Emperor Xia asked after a moment of silence. Ice Madman said, "It's not about whether it's worth it or not. We like Sanguinati, so we came out to ask for mercy. Sanguinati is related to the Xianyin progenitor, and the two of us have received guidance from the Xianyin progenitor. Naturally, we have to come out in this kind of situation." Star Lord Idlecloud directly mentioned the Xianyin progenitor. As expected, after hearing about the Xianyin progenitor, Emperor Xia's expression changed. Everyone knew that the Xianyin progenitor favored Ice Madman and Star Lord Idlecloud. This time, the two of them might have come on the orders of the Xianyin progenitor. No matter how strong Emperor Xia was, he would not dare to go against the Xianyin progenitor. Furthermore, when these two powerhouses appeared, he knew that he would not be able to keep Sanguinati here today. He shook his head slightly with a helpless expression, then said, "Sanguinati killed a disciple of my Xia clan. I will not forget this grudge. If Sanguinati comes to the Imperial Sky City again, I will definitely kill him. Haha, in that case, farewell." Ice Madman and Star Lord Idlecloud came quickly and left quickly. The Black Heaven Sect Master gave Emperor Xia a complicated look, then walked into the teleportation array. Chapter 1189. Black Heaven Sect, Main Peak Hall. The Black Heaven Sect was very lively today. Everyone in the Black Heaven Sect, from the ordinary disciples to the high-ranking elders, was extremely excited. Of course, there was only one exception, and that was the red-bearded elder. When he heard that Sanguinati had returned, the red-bearded elder was so angry that he smashed the stone table in the courtyard with his palm. However, this did not stop Sanguinati's popularity from skyrocketing. As soon as the Black Heaven Sect Master returned, he immediately summoned the 8 Palace Masters, Vice Palace Masters, and high-ranking elders to the main peak hall. In the main peak hall, there was a throne at the very top. The Black Heaven Sect Master sat on the throne, and beside him was the Vice Sect Master. Below him were the 8 Palace Masters, Vice Palace Masters, and high-ranking elders. Fang Chen was among them. "Everyone, I've summoned you here today for an important matter," the Black Heaven Sect Master said. "Sect Master, what is it?" An elder asked in confusion. Sanguinati's return shook the entire Black Heaven Sect. "But it shouldn't be so grand, right? The vice sect master smiled as he looked at the sect master. He seemed to have guessed something. Below him, Fang Chen sat at the very front, and beside him was Bai Qingqing from the Bloodthirsty Palace. Originally, the high-ranking elders were supposed to sit there, but Bai Qingqing insisted on sitting with Sanguinati. You're really something, kid. You've made such a name for yourself in just one trip. Bai Qingqing's pretty face was full of smiles. She had watched Sanguinati grow up, and she was sincerely happy that he could achieve what he had now. As she interacted with Sanguinati, she felt that there was a magical power in him that constantly attracted everyone around him. Bai Qingqing was one of those who was attracted. Now, she had become Sanguinati's supporter. Her beautiful eyes flickered, and her eyelashes fluttered. She looked at Sanguinati's handsome face and fell into a trance. In the main hall, the elders were discussing among themselves. On the throne, the Black Heaven sect master waved his hand, indicating for everyone to be quiet. Then, he opened his mouth and said, "Everyone, Sanguinati's potential is obvious to all of you. In this hunting war, Sanguinati overpowered everyone else and became the king of the hunt. Furthermore, he was baptized by the heavenly pool. His future is bright." Everyone nodded in agreement. This was obvious to all. Sanguinati was too outstanding. He had surpassed all the geniuses of the Shentian sect in the past. Even Yang Cheng paled in comparison to Sanguinati. Therefore, I've decided that Sanguinati will be the next sect leader of the Black Heaven sect. Once I die or step down, Sanguinati will become the sect leader of the Black Heaven sect unconditionally, the sect leader of the Black Heaven sect said in a deep voice. Boom! The entire hall was in an uproar. They didn't expect the sect master to make such a shocking decision. Only the vice sect leader smiled. He already knew. Sect master, you can't do that. The matter of the sect leader candidate needs to be discussed by the elders before a decision can be made. A few elders felt that this matter was too hasty and retorted. However, there were also elders who felt that Sanguinati was extremely picky in all aspects. It was natural for him to be the sect leader candidate. Among those who objected, the red-bearded elder was the leader. Fang Chen quietly watched the two sides bicker. When he looked at the red-bearded elder, his heart was filled with murderous intent. However, he still held it in. After all, the red-bearded elder was a heavenly body tier martial artist. If they really fell out, it wouldn't do him any good. Looking at the bickering below, the sect leader of the Black Heaven sect said in a deep voice, "Enough. I don't want to repeat my decision." Hearing this, the main hall instantly fell silent. The sect leader of the Black Heaven sect was very powerful. Once he spoke, no one else dared to respond. This matter could be considered as settled just like that. From today onwards, Sanguinati was no longer just a golden-armored commander. He was a high and mighty sect leader candidate. Such a leap in status made countless martial artists envious. Next, the sect leader announced another matter. "I plan to add another palace in the Black Heaven sect," the sect leader of the Black Heaven sect said. The vice sect master was taken aback when he heard this. Adding another palace, was it for Sanguinati? As expected, the sect leader of the Black Heaven sect said, "The original 8 palaces will become 9 palaces, and the 9th palace will be called the Sword Palace. Sanguinati will be the palace master." As soon as the sect leader of the Black Heaven sect finished speaking, the main hall became noisy again. However, this time, the red-bearded elder didn't refute it. Because the sect leader of the Black Heaven sect had already made up his mind, they couldn't change it. "Sanguinati, are you willing to be the palace master of the Sword Palace?" the sect leader of the Black Heaven sect asked. Fang Chen hurriedly stood up and clasped his fists. "Sect leader, I'm afraid that I'll delay the development of the Sword Palace if I focus on cultivation." The sect leader of the Black Heaven sect laughed and said, "You don't have to worry about this matter. Don't we still have the Vice Palace Master?" Hearing that, Fang Chen didn't say anything and acquiesced. "You'll be the leader of the newly established Sword Palace. You can choose any sword cultivator disciple from the other 8 palaces, and the 8 palaces will have to cooperate fully." The sect leader of the Black Heaven sect announced, "Of course, the most important thing right now is for you to choose a Vice Palace Master. Hearing that, everyone looked at Fang Chen. However, before Fang Chen could say anything, Bai Qingqing spoke. Sect leader, please let me go to the Sword Palace. Bai Qingqing's meaning was obvious. She wanted to go to the Sword Palace to be the Vice Palace Master. Hearing that, the sect leader of the Black Heaven sect shook his head and said, "Nonsense. You're not a sword cultivator. Why go to the Sword Palace? Just stay in the Bloodthirsty Palace." However, everyone knew that the sect leader of the Black Heaven sect doted on Bai Qingqing. Although his words were harsh, his eyes were full of smiles. When Bai Qingqing heard this, she pouted and sat back down in her seat unhappily. Sect leader, regarding the Vice Palace Master selection, I still need to think about it, Fang Chen said. The sect leader of the Black Heaven sect nodded. The news that Sanguinati had become a candidate for the sect leader spread like wildfire. The disciples of the Fengtian Palace were too shocked. Especially the disciples of the Sword Firmament sect. Who would have thought that the martial artist who had followed them to the Black Heaven sect would have grown to such a level? Moreover, he had even built the Sword Palace. The disciples of the Sword Firmament sect were very excited. In the Black Heaven sect, the disciples of the Sword Firmament sect were all sword cultivators. They would definitely be selected to enter the Sword Palace. In the future, the Sword Firmament sect would no longer be oppressed. Many martial artists who had grudges with Fang Chen in the past looked very embarrassed. When Jin Tianzhan heard the news, he could not accept the fact. His master, on the other hand, personally brought him to the Bloodsword Saint to apologize. Now that Fang Chen's cultivation level was high, his outlook was also high. Naturally, he would not care about the small grudges from the past. The next day, the construction of the Sword Palace began. Fang Chen supervised the construction personally. Bai Qingqing was always by his side. As for Yang Cheng, he had already left the Black Heaven sect and returned to the old Hua Islands. Half a month later, the brand new Sword Palace was successfully completed. The construction method was completely according to Fang Chen's plan. Bai Qingqing looked down at the Sword Palace with a smile on her face. "It's so beautiful," Bai Qingqing said. Fang Chen grinned when he heard that. "Palace Lord Shui, who are you going to choose as the Vice Palace Lord?" Bai Qingqing asked. Fang Chen chuckled. He already had a candidate in mind. Now that the Sword Palace was completed, the next step was to choose the Vice Palace Lord. In the Sword Firmament sect, other than Fang Chen, there was another genius sword cultivator. He was called the Sword Demon. This was because he would enter a state of madness whenever he practiced the sword. Over time, he was called the Sword Demon. The Sword Demon was also from the Sword Firmament sect. However, he had been in the Black Heaven sect for a long time. "Sword Demon, are you willing to be the Vice Palace Lord of the Sword Palace?" Fang Chen asked. The Sword Demon was overjoyed when he heard that. "Thank you for your kindness, Palace Lord. From today onward, you'll be the Vice Palace Lord of the Sword Palace. When I'm not around, you'll be in charge of the Sword Palace." Fang Chen smiled. As for recruiting sword cultivator disciples and expanding the Sword Palace's power, you'll be in charge. After the Sword Demon became the Vice Palace Lord of the Sword Palace, he began to recruit sword cultivator disciples. The Sword Firmament sect was naturally included in the Sword Palace. As for Fang Chen, this hands-off manager, he was enjoying a leisurely life. As for Bai Qingqing, she had been following Fang Chen. Wherever Fang Chen was, she would be there. Later on, the Palace Lord of the Bloodthirsty Palace joked that although Bai Qingqing was the Vice Palace Lord of the Bloodthirsty Palace, she spent more time in the Sword Palace than in the Bloodthirsty Palace. At the same time, the disciples of the Black Heaven sect also knew about it. Chapter 1190. After a month of torment, the Sword Palace was completely established. Although it was just a preliminary establishment, there were many disciples in the Sword Palace. Of course, it definitely couldn't compare to the veteran 8 palaces. From time to time, the Mystic Sky Sect Master would personally come to check on the progress of the Sword Palace, and was extremely satisfied with Sanguinati. Of course, he also reminded Sanguinati to leave the matters of the Sword Palace to the Vice Palace Master. As for himself, he must pay attention to cultivation. In this month, Bai Qingqing had been following Fang Chen closely. The latter knew that Bai Qingqing was interested in him. However, he only treated Bai Qingqing as an elder sister. He didn't even know where his wife, Star and Moon, was now. How could he find a new love? The operations of the Sword Palace gradually went on the right track. And Fang Chen was also told that he could go outside to take a look and see if there were any good seedlings to dig out. On this day, Fang Chen left the Mystic Sky sect. Fang Chen wandered around the streets of Gold Sky City. I haven't been so relaxed in a long time, Fang Chen said to himself. However, at this moment, a beautiful figure appeared behind him. Without guessing, it was definitely Bai Qingqing. Sanguinati, you didn't even tell me such a good thing. Bai Qingqing was a little unhappy, but still walked to Fang Chen's side. The two walked leisurely on the streets of Gold Sky City. After walking for a while, Fang Chen frowned slightly. Immediately, he quickened his pace and walked towards a hidden place. Not long after, Fang Chen walked to a deserted corner. Come out. Fang Chen spoke. Suddenly, two figures appeared in the void. When these two figures looked at Fang Chen, their faces were full of sinister smiles. Brat, you actually discovered us, one of them sneered. Fang Chen's heart sank. One of them was a heavenly body tier elite. Who sent you? Fang Chen asked. Dead people don't need to know so much, the heavenly body tier elite said with a sneer. Bai Qingqing's eyes flickered. She took a step forward and stood in front of Fang Chen. How dare you attack someone from the Black Heaven sect? Are you tired of living? Bai Qingqing's cultivation level was also at the heavenly body tier, so she didn't fear these two people. Let's end this quickly, another person reminded. Suddenly, the two of them unleashed their tyrannical combat power and fought with Fang Chen and Bai Qingqing. At the same time, outside Jintian City, two beggar-like old men leisurely walked into the city. As soon as they entered the city, one of the slightly weaker old men felt the fluctuations of star power. Old Black, there are heavenly body tier elites fighting. Don't meddle in other people's business, the powerhouse called Old Black said impatiently. The thin old man frowned slightly and did not say anything. The two old men continued forward. However, after taking a few steps, the thin old man suddenly raised his head. Do you feel it? The thin old man suddenly asked. At this time, the fat old man also felt that something was wrong. Let's go. The two old men quickly rushed to the location of the battle. In the blink of an eye, the two old men appeared here. That's when the two old men saw Bai Qingqing, their faces were filled with ecstasy. It's really young miss, ha ha ha. The heavens are really helping me. I didn't expect us two old farts to discover young miss. The two old men were extremely excited. However, suddenly, the thin old man was a little angry. How dare you attack our young miss, you're really courting death. Saying so, he and the fat old man attacked together. Catcher. The two seemingly weak old men attacked fiercely. With a casual attack, they broke an arm of a heavenly body tier cultivator. Kill. The fat old man's eyes were filled with killing intent. He attacked forcefully and killed two cultivators. Fang Chen was stunned by the sudden turn of events. Why did two such powerful heavenly body tier elites help him? Fang Chen looked at these two people, dumbfounded. However, after the two old men took care of the situation, they looked at Bai Qingqing smilingly. Young Miss Qingqing, you've really hidden deeply, the fat old man said with a grin. Young Miss Qingqing, the chief has been looking for you. So you've been hiding here, the thin old man said with a smile. Bai Qingqing looked at these two old men, clearly a little displeased. What have you come here for? Bai Qingqing asked coldly. Ever since young Miss Qingqing ran away from home, the chief has been sending the elites of the clan to search for you. After many years, he didn't expect you to come to Clear Sky Island, the fat old man said. Hearing this, Fang Chen finally understood. As it turned out, these two old men had come for Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing wasn't from Clear Sky Island. Hearing the two old men's words, it seemed that this Bai Qingqing's clan had a great background. You two can leave, Bai Qingqing said with a straight face. Young Miss Qingqing, we've just informed the chief. You'd better go back, the thin old man said. You too, Bai Qingqing was very angry. With a flick of her sleeve, she turned to leave. However, she was stopped by the two old men. Seniors, Qingqing doesn't want to leave. Why force her? Fang Chen said. Hearing this, the thin old man and the fat old man frowned and asked, "Who are you?" "I'm from the Black Heaven sect. Qingqing is my senior sister." Fang Chen cupped his hands and said, "Qingqing, you actually joined the Black Heaven sect?" The two old men were a little displeased. The thin old man stared at Fang Chen and said, "Kid, Qingqing is not for you to call her that. He's my boyfriend." Bai Qingqing grabbed Sanguinati's arm and said in a deep voice. Fang Chen was also a little stunned and wanted to resist. However, he heard Bai Qingqing's voice transmission asking for his help. The two old men looked at each other. In the end, the thin old man carefully sized up Fang Chen and said, "Young friend, you're not suitable for young Miss Qingqing." "That's right. Young Miss Qingqing will definitely return to the clan. If the clan finds out about you too, you'll be in big trouble," the fat old man said. "Seniors, Qingqing doesn't want to go back. Please go ahead." Since he wanted to help Bai Qingqing, he had to help her until the end. "Kid, don't be stubborn." The two old men were angry. However, at this moment, a strong aura appeared. The Black Heaven sect's deputy sect leader appeared. When the two old men recognized Bai Qingqing, Fang Chen secretly informed the deputy sect leader. "Seniors, this is the Black Heaven sect's territory. Please give me some face." The deputy sect leader's aura was very strong and much stronger than the two old men. Seeing the deputy sect leader, the two old men's expressions kept changing. In the end, they looked at Bai Qingqing. "Young Miss Qingqing, you know that the chief will definitely take you away. The Black Heaven sect can't stop him. Let's go." Bai Qingqing pulled Fang Chen's arm and turned around to leave. The two old men wanted to chase after them, but they were stopped by the deputy sect leader of the Black Heaven sect. In the end, they had no choice but to leave first. After the deputy sect leader finished this matter, he sent a voice transmission to Fang Chen and left first. On the street, Fang Chen and Bai Qingqing walked side by side. Bai Qingqing was in a bad mood and remained silent along the way. Fang Chen could sense Bai Qingqing's emotional fluctuations. After a long time, he spoke first. "Your clan should be very strong, right?" Fang Chen asked softly. Bai Qingqing, who was walking, suddenly stopped in her tracks. She looked at Fang Chen with her beautiful eyes and said, "Are you willing to listen to me?" Fang Chen nodded. Bai Qingqing pulled Fang Chen to a mountain peak in Golden Sky City. The two of them sat on the blue stone. Bai Qingqing began to talk about her background and why she came to Tongtian Island. After listening, Fang Chen also sighed. He did not expect Bai Qingqing to be from Qingyi Island, and the Bai family was the strongest clan on Qingyi Island. Bai Qingqing was the daughter of the chief and was also a favored daughter in the family. Countless honors gathered on her, making Bai Qingqing extremely dazzling. It was also because of this that countless young people pursued Bai Qingqing. In order to consolidate the Bai family's position on Qingyi Island, her father made her marry an outstanding genius of a powerful sect on Qingyi Island. Bai Qingqing was unwilling to give in, so she escaped. After a few twists and turns, she came to Tongtian Island. She lived there for many years. "I don't want to go home," Bai Qingqing said sadly. "Then don't go back," Fang Chen said. Bai Qingqing shook her head. She knew her father's character better than anyone. "Impossible. My father knows that I'm on Tongtian Island and will definitely send people to find me. If I resist, he will definitely take me back by force." Chapter 1191. After the incident with the two old men, Bai Qingqing was in a very bad mood. She seemed to know that she did not have much time left on Clear Sky Island. She would come to the Sword Palace almost every day to look for Sanguinati. She felt that she would only be happy when she was with Sanguinati. In the end, she asked for a residence in the Sword Palace from Sanguinati and stayed there. Fang Chen also felt Bai Qingqing's sadness and came to comfort her when he had time. Half a month passed just like that. The people of the Bai clan finally arrived. Outside the Black Heaven sect, the people of the Bai clan arrived. The leader was an elite at the peak stage of the heavenly body tier. His strength was comparable to the Black Heaven Sect Master. From this, it could be seen how powerful the Bai clan was. After all, the overall strength of Clear Sky Island was much stronger than Clear Sky Island. Ching, come back with me. The leader arrived above the Sword Palace and said in a low voice. He was wearing a mask, so no one could see his appearance clearly. When Bai Ching saw this person, she was dazed. Uncle Yun, Bai Ching called out. The arrival of an elite at the peak stage of the heavenly body tier naturally alarmed the Black Heaven Sect. The Black Heaven Sect Master, Vice Sect Master, and high-level elders all appeared in the sky. May I know why you have come to the Black Heaven Sect? The Black Heaven Sect Master asked. Opposite him, the masked man cupped his fists and said, Black Heaven Sect Master, I'm from Clear Sky Islands by clan. I'm here to bring Miss Ching home. Hearing this, the Sect Master and the others were slightly shocked. Bai Ching is the Vice Palace Master of the Black Heaven Sect's Bloodthirsty Palace. If you want to take her away, you have to see if she's willing, the Black Heaven Sect Master said with narrowed eyes. Although the other party was very strong, he was not afraid. Hearing this, the masked man looked down at Bai Ching and said, Miss Ching, are you willing to come back with us? Bai Ching's face was filled with pain. She did not speak for a long time. At this moment, the masked man's gaze landed on Fang Chen. Is it because of him? When the masked man said this, a hint of killing intent leaked from his body. Seeing this, the Black Heaven Sect leader raised his palm slightly. Astral energy surged and he was ready to strike at any time. No, Bai Ching said quickly. She knew Uncle Yun's methods very well. If he knew that she didn't want to leave because of sanguinity, it would bring disaster to him. Miss Ching, you know that since I'm here, I have to bring you back no matter what, the masked man said calmly. His words were filled with authority. Bai Ching felt helpless, but she had to leave. She looked at Sanguinati reluctantly and said, I'll go back with you. When Bai Ching said this, tears of pain flowed down her cheeks. Ching, Fang Chen called out. If there comes a day when you come to Qingyi Island, you must come to the Bai family to look for me. Bai Ching finished speaking and left without looking back. Since Bai Ching had taken the initiative to leave, the sect master of the Black Heaven Sect could not say anything. Before the masked man left, he stared at Sanguinati and said, Young man, do things according to your ability. Not every woman is worthy of you. After he finished speaking, 2 rays of golden light shot out from the masked man's eyes and instantly shot toward Fang Chen. Bang! The Black Heaven Sect leader, who had been prepared, instantly appeared in front of Fang Chen and blocked the 2 soul attacks. Fellow cultivator, you've gone too far, the Black Heaven Sect leader said with a dark face. The masked man said no more and turned to leave. The people from the Bai family came and left in a hurry. Apart from the higher-ups of the Black Heaven Sect, no one knew that the Vice Palace Master of the Bloodthirsty Palace had left the Black Heaven Sect. Fang Chen looked at the distant horizon at Bai Ching's frail figure. He clenched his fists tightly and his heart was filled with helplessness. During the time he spent with Bai Ching, she had always taken care of him. Fang Chen treated her like an elder sister. Seeing that Bai Ching was involuntarily taken away by her family, Fang Chen wanted to help, but he was helpless. Ching, I will work hard to improve my strength. One day, I will definitely go to Qingyi Island to find you. Ever since Bai Ching left, Fang Chen had been immersed in cultivation. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. On this day, Fang Chen stopped cultivating and walked around the Sword Palace. When he passed by the square, a figure suddenly attracted his attention. This is, Fang Chen looked at the handsome man in surprise. That was because he sensed a familiar aura from the man. What's your name? Fang Chen came to the handsome man and asked. Palace Master, my name is Lu Li. Lu Li's cultivation was not high, but he attracted Fang Chen's attention. Not bad. Cultivate well. Then, Fang Chen casually taught Lu Li some knowledge about swordsmanship. Then, he left. Palace Master, how is Lu Li? Sword Demon came to Fang Chen's side and asked with a smile. This kid is not bad. Train him well, Fang Chen said. Palace Master, there are many people in the Sword Palace who are stronger than Lu Li. Why do you value him so much? Sword Demon was a little puzzled. He has a rare constitution, Fang Chen said. What constitution? Heavenly Baron Sword Body. Fang Chen's disciple, Tian Xin, had the Heavenly Baron Sword Body. This was an extremely domineering constitution. For sword cultivators, it was like adding wings to a tiger. As soon as he saw Lu Li, Fang Chen felt the aura of the Heavenly Baron Sword Body. Heavenly Baron Sword Body. Sword Demon muttered as he looked at the palace master's back. Just as Fang Chen expected. In the following time, under the great training of the Sword Palace, Lu Li gradually shone. His talent in swordsmanship surpassed others. Later, he directly became a junior commander. If it weren't for Lu Li's low cultivation, he might even become an iron or even a silver armored commander. Under the guidance of Sword Demon, Lu Li's cultivation also gradually improved. Not long after, the junior commander battle began. Lu Li shone brightly in the battle of small commanders. First, he became the strongest junior commander of the Sword Palace. Then, he surpassed others and became the strongest junior commander of the 9 palaces. Seeing the high-spirited Lu Li, everyone thought of Sanguinati and Bai Qingqing. Lu Li's growth trajectory is a bit similar to Bai Qingqing and Sanguinati. Yes, Bai Qingqing and Sanguinati also received the title of junior commander. Lu Li's future is limitless. The other 8 palace masters were also envious of Sanguinati. They actually picked up such a treasure. Everyone could see that Lu Li had a lot of potential, especially in swordsmanship. The junior commander battle ended. Everyone was talking about Lu Li. Fang Chen took Tian Xin out of the Heaven's Link Peak. Tian Xin, how is your cultivation of the Heavenly Baron Sword Body? Fang Chen asked directly. Master, I have completely mastered the Heavenly Baron Sword Body, Tian Xin said. From today onwards, you will cultivate with Lu Li. Fang Chen called Lu Li over and told him that Tian Xin was his disciple and that he also had the Heavenly Baron Sword Body. Lu Li was happy after he learned the details. He was excited to be able to work for the palace master. Lu Li had always emphasized that if it weren't for the palace master's insight, he might still be at the bottom. Thanks to the palace master, he could grow to where he was now. This time, he even obtained the title of junior commander. He had so many honors. Palace master, don't worry. I will teach Tian Xin well. Fang Chen had thought carefully before making this decision. As the owner of the Heavenly Baron Sword Body, Lu Li knew better than him. He could guide Tian Xin's Heavenly Baron Sword Body in all aspects and help Tian Xin grow. Staying in the space of the Heaven's Link Peak was not a solution. He needed Tian Xin to grow quickly and adapt to the cruelty of the universe. Lu Li left with Tian Xin. Fang Chen turned around and suddenly froze. If it was in the past, Bai Qingqing would definitely be behind him. But now, there was no one. For a moment, he was stunned. After a long time, Fang Chen sighed. Then, a red sachet appeared in his hand. This sachet was given to him by Bai Qingqing before she left. Holding the sachet, Fang Chen fell into deep thought. Then, his expressions changed and he closed his eyes. I am sorry, Qingqing. I cannot give you a future. Fang Chen's heart for his wife was firm. He could not accept Bai Qingqing's love. I hope you can find a better home. As soon as he put away the sachet, there came a roar from outside. Chapter 1192. Fang Chen frowned slightly when he heard this furious roar. Soon after, he lifted his head and looked at the door. He suddenly realized that a golden armor commander had appeared in front of the door. Sanguinati, you're too despicable. The golden armor commander seemed to be from Windless Palace. Fang Chen had met him once before, but they didn't have much interaction. He was confused as to why the golden armor commander suddenly called him a despicable person. Despicable person? Fang Chen asked. This person walked in angrily, and his face was immediately filled with a cold expression. Back then when your sword palace was established, you could choose any disciple from the 8 palaces. Originally, I didn't want to hand over my most capable subordinate, but your sword palace swore that as long as he joined your sword palace, he would be able to obtain a second-level divine weapon. However, he hasn't gotten it yet. The Golden Armor Commander said in a deep voice. Fang Chen frowned and said, "Why didn't I know about this? You despicable person. Don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you're the Sword Palace Master." The Golden Armor Commander's cultivation was at Heaven Star Border Stage 9. Moreover, he had taken the first step. He thought that although he wasn't a match for Sanguinati, the latter couldn't defeat him either. Fang Chen called Sword Demon over. The latter told Fang Chen what had happened. After listening, Fang Chen frowned and was a little unhappy. According to Sword Demon, it wasn't like what the Golden Armor Commander had said. "This is the Sword Palace. Don't make trouble," Sword Demon said coldly. The other party was just a Golden Armor Commander. It was ridiculous that he dared to challenge the Sword Palace. "Sanguinati, I want to challenge you." After saying that, the Golden Armor Commander made his move. Rumble. A tyrannical attack instantly spread out. Then, his powerful attack whizzed towards Sumo Get Lost. Fang Chen was a little angry. With a low shout, he suddenly punched out. Suddenly, the Golden Armor Commander was sent flying. Lying on the ground, the Golden Armored Commander's heart was filled with terror as he quickly left. "Palace Master." Fang Chen waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. Sword Demon said again. "Palace Master, I was just about to look for you," Sword Demon said. "What is it?" Fang Chen asked. "It's like this. For the disciples of the other 8 palaces, the governors would all be bestowed with second-ranked divine weapons. In fact, for some of the more powerful governors, they would even be bestowed with third-ranked divine weapons. Our Sword Palace has been established for so long, but we have never been able to obtain a divine weapon from the sect," Sword Demon said. Divine weapon. At this point, Fang Chen realized something. He really didn't manage Sword Palace well enough. "Why didn't the sect give it to you?" Fang Chen asked. The sect had a special refining division. Every once in a while, the 8 palaces would be given some divine weapons as a reward for outstanding disciples. Logically speaking, since the Sword Palace had been established for such a long time, it should have been bestowed. Why not? Fang Chen was a little puzzled. Hearing this, Sword Demon said, "The one in charge of refining in the sect is Elder Redbeard. I don't know why, but he seems to be targeting our Sword Palace. Every time we apply for a divine weapon, Elder Redbeard would say that he is too tired to refine one." Hearing Sword Demon's words, Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He immediately understood the reason behind it. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Inform everyone that every disciple of the Sword Palace will be bestowed with a second-ranked divine weapon in a month. As for the governors, each of them will be bestowed with a third-ranked divine weapon." Palace Master. Sword Demon couldn't believe it. "Just do as I say," Fang Chen said. Sword Demon didn't say anything else and turned to leave. Not long after, the news spread throughout the Sword Palace. Ordinary disciples would be bestowed with second-ranked divine weapons, while governors would be bestowed with third-ranked divine weapons. Only Sanguinati could be so generous at once. At the same time, the palace masters of the other 8 palaces were also surprised. However, when the news spread throughout the entire Mystic Heaven sect, the red-bearded elder announced in a high-profile manner. Recently, he had suffered some internal injuries while refining, so he couldn't refine any divine weapons in the short term. Many people in the Sword Palace were disheartened by Elder Redbeard's words. As for the other 8 palaces, they thought it was a joke. Unexpectedly, Sanguinati, the palace master of the Sword Palace, issued another order. Elder Redbeard doesn't need to refine the divine weapons of the Sword Palace. They will be given out in a month. Sanguinati's words set off a storm once again. The people of the other 8 palaces were shocked. What did Sanguinati mean by this? Was he openly challenging Elder Redbeard? The palace masters of the other 8 palaces went to the Sword Palace one after another, but they were told that Sanguinati was in seclusion. Black Heaven Sect, Refining Branch. At the top of the mountain, there was a garden in front of the huge palace. Elder Redbeard sat in the garden with a sneer on his face. Standing beside him was the Windless Palace's gold-armored commander who was chased away by Fang Chen. The reason why he attacked Fang Chen was because of Elder Redbeard's instructions. "Elder, Sanguinati is very strong, the gold-armored commander said. So what if he's strong? I'd like to see how he can take out so many divine weapons in a month's time. The red-bearded elder sneered and said, if he can't take it out, the people of Sword Palace will lose faith in him. He will gradually lose his authority, and at that time, he won't be able to keep his position as the sovereign candidate. Hearing this, the gold-armored commander gave Elder Red-Beard a thumbs up. Elder, you're really smart. Elder Red-Beard's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He regretted not killing Sanguinati back then. He had let the tiger return to the mountain. Now, the tiger had become powerful. It would be very difficult to kill him. Moreover, he couldn't do it openly in the Black Heaven sect. However, killing Sanguinati was an urgent matter. They were urging him to do it. If he didn't kill Sanguinati, they would be very angry and the consequences would be very serious. Elder Red-Beard didn't expect Sanguinati to be able to turn Tongtian Island into such a mess. Let's wait and see what happens in a month's time. At this moment, not only Elder Red-Beard, but the other 8 palace masters also thought that Sanguinati was a little too confident. Where could he find so many divine weapons in a month? This news reached the Black Heaven sect master's ears. After hearing it, he didn't speak for a long time. Sect master, do you want me to go to the refining branch personally? The deputy sect master asked. The sect master shook his head and said, no need. I also want to know where Sanguinati got so many divine weapons. Refining weapons first required a lot of refining materials. As the master of the Sword Palace, he naturally didn't lack refining materials. That day, Fang Chen asked Sword Demon to secretly send over the materials needed to refine weapons. Then, he started to refine. As for Little Mouse, it was guarding the main hall to prevent anyone from coming in and causing trouble. However, just as Fang Chen was refining, the golden heart suddenly wriggled. In the next moment, Fang Chen realized that the rank 4 divine weapon in the interspatial ring that he obtained from the hunting war had disappeared. Then, Fang Chen looked inside his body. He realized that the rank 4 divine weapon had been swallowed by the golden heart. This, Fang Chen was very confused. Why would the golden heart swallow a divine weapon? However, it didn't swallow the hidden star sword. Could it be that the golden heart knew that the hidden star sword was a battle partner that he had nurtured? After the golden heart swallowed the rank 4 divine weapon, the golden light grew even brighter, and its aura seemed to have become stronger. Fang Chen secretly guessed that the golden heart needed to continuously swallow divine weapons to evolve. Of course, this was just a guess. After pondering for a while, Fang Chen stopped thinking about it. He immersed himself in the world of refining weapons. A lot of knowledge about refining weapons appeared in his mind. With Fang Chen's current refining skills, refining a rank 2 divine weapon was a piece of cake. Fang Chen prepared to refine a rank 2 divine weapon first. Before this, he had already asked Sword Demon to calculate. As the Sword Palace had been established not long ago, there weren't many disciples. There were 100 ordinary disciples and a total of 30 commanders. He needed to refine 100 rank 2 divine weapons. If it was an ordinary 3-star divine blacksmith, it would be impossible to refine so many divine weapons in a month. Fortunately, Fang Chen had obtained the inheritance of that powerful divine weapon craftsman. He had incredible craftsmanship skills. Fang Chen was very confident that he could complete the task within a month. Chapter 1193. Refining a divine weapon was a very frustrating process. Outsiders felt that it was boring and boring. However, only insiders knew that this was the most wonderful process. Especially when one saw one's masterpiece being completed step by step. The joy was indescribable. In the beginning, Fang Chen took some time to refine the second-level divine weapon. However, as time passed, the speed of refining the second-level divine weapon became faster and faster. During the refining process, Fang Chen reached a state of selflessness. He was completely unaware of the passage of time. Little Mouse was eating demon cores when it had nothing to do. Anyway, it had obtained a large number of demon cores from the ancient hunting battlefield. Of course, other than eating demon cores, Little Mouse was also playing with the demon armor bug. After the hunting war ended, the ancient hunting battlefield opened. The big guy chose to stay in the ancient hunting battlefield while the demon armor bug followed Fang Chen to Tongtian Island. The demon armor bug was getting more and more powerful. Fang Chen also gave the demon armor bug a lot of resources, allowing it to recover a lot. Even Little Mouse did not dare to underestimate the demon armor bug. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. At a certain moment after 7 days, Fang Chen was refining a weapon. Splash! His left hand swung the hammer and his right hand held the wrinkled divine weapon, hammering it continuously. The seemingly messy hammering actually contained a unique technique. After a while, the wrinkled divine weapon was completed. Next was the branding. After refining so many divine weapons, Fang Chen was already familiar with the process. He easily completed the second-level divine weapon. Hiss! Fang Chen placed the second-level divine weapon in the water beside him to cool it down. Then, Fang Chen held the second-level divine weapon and nodded in satisfaction. This is the last second-level divine weapon. It's natural. Its power is close to that of a third-level divine weapon. Fang Chen thought to himself. This was the 100th second-level divine weapon that he had refined. Previously, Fang Chen did not pay much attention to the process of refining the divine weapon. However, this last divine weapon was actually refined to perfection, which made Fang Chen very happy. The state of selflessness is indeed the dream of a divine artificer. Fang Chen muttered to himself. After 7 days, all 100 level 2 divine weapons were completed. If others were to find out that these were all personally crafted by him, their eyes would definitely pop out of their sockets. However, Fang Chen was still not satisfied. There were still over 20 days left, and he wanted to forge 30 level 3 divine weapons. Actually, refining a second-level divine weapon wasn't much. Refining a third-level divine weapon was the most time-consuming and exhausting process. If Fang Chen was a 4-star divine blacksmith, it would be much easier for him to refine it. However, this was also a challenge. Fang Chen gladly accepted. He threw himself into refining without hesitation. In the outside world, the people of the 8 palaces were paying attention to the movements of the Sword Palace. Even some of the higher-ups of the sect were paying close attention. They were very curious about what confidence this Sanguinati had to be able to take out so many divine weapons in a month. I think Sanguinati must be boasting. Yeah, how is it possible to take out so many divine weapons in a month? The Sword Palace has been established for too short a time. They don't have any foundation. I think Sanguinati will be slapped in the face this time. In the beginning, the martial artists of the 8 palaces did not say anything. However, as time passed, the martial artists of the 8 palaces began to discuss. Many of them even did not believe Sanguinati. Only the disciples of the Sword Palace waited unswervingly. In a certain courtyard in the Sword Palace, Lu Li was teaching Tian Xin to cultivate the heavenly Baron sword body. "Brother Li, I believe in Master," Tian Xin said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Lu Li nodded. Lu Li was also very clear about Sanguinati's means. He firmly believed that Sanguinati would never boast. Amidst the anticipation, a month finally passed. On this day, the masters of the 8 palaces came to the sky above the Sword Palace. The sect master and deputy sect master were hidden in the clouds. Even the red-bearded elder had come. "Elder Redbeard, what do you think of Sanguinati's words this time?" Windless Palace Master looked at the red-bearded elder and asked. Immediately, everyone's attention was attracted to Elder Redbeard. "Yes, Elder Redbeard, you are in charge of the Black Heaven sect's artifact refining branch. You know the artifact refining Tao like the back of your hand. Analyze for us and see if Sanguinati can do what he said," Golden Sky Palace Master said. The other Palace Master's intentions were self-evident. Elder Redbeard stroked his beard. Then, a look of disdain appeared on his face. Although Sanguinati has great potential, he is too conceited. In a month, he took out 100 second-rank divine weapons and 33rd-rank divine weapons. Does he think that divine weapons can be casually refined? Elder Redbeard had a lot of complaints about Sanguinati. In fact, everyone could understand. A month ago, Sanguinati shouted at Elder Redbeard without giving him any face. Elder Redbeard did not think highly of Sanguinati. With such an attitude, he is not suitable to be the Sword Palace Master, nor is he suitable to be a sect master candidate. As soon as the red-bearded elder said this, the surrounding people were shocked. Even the high-level elders who were hiding in the dark looked at each other in dismay. However, at this moment, Sword Demon soared into the sky. "Everyone, I know why you are here." Sword Demon cupped his fists. "I believe that the Palace Master can fulfill his promise. I will watch from here. How can Sanguinati take out so many divine weapons?" Elder Redbeard sneered. Sword Demon was a little angry. If Elder Redbeard had not pretended to be sick and refused to refine divine weapons for the Sword Palace, why would he do this? Thinking of this, Sword Demon couldn't control his temper. "Elder Redbeard, is it fun to be sarcastic here?" Sword Demon said. "The sect let you take charge of the weapon refining branch to serve the 9 palaces. But what about you? Our Sword Palace has been established for a long time. Every time we ask for a divine weapon from you, you say that you are tired or injured. You don't want to give us a divine weapon. How dare you talk nonsense here? I feel embarrassed for you." Sword Demon didn't care about the red-bearded elder's feelings and said directly. Elder Redbeard's face changed slightly. His aura surged. "Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like this?" Elder Redbeard's voice had just faded when he suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped Sword Demon. "Pa!" Elder Redbeard's hand slapped out and a loud sound entered everyone's ears. When everyone looked over, they were surprised to find that Elder Redbeard's hand did not hit Sword Demon. Instead, it was blocked by someone. "Sanguinati!" Someone in the crowd shouted. In the sky, Sword Demon looked at the tall figure in front of him with excitement. "Elder Redbeard, Sword Demon is the Vice Palace Master of our Sword Palace. I'm afraid you don't have the right to teach him a lesson," Fang Chen said in a deep voice. If he had not appeared in time, Sword Demon would have been humiliated. Elder Redbeard had gone too far. "A little Vice Palace Master dares to speak rudely to me. So what if I teach him a lesson?" Elder Redbeard flicked his sleeves and said coldly. Everyone's eyes were focused on Fang Chen. Fang Chen heard this and laughed. As expected of Elder Redbeard. He's really domineering. "What if I don't let you teach Sword Demon a lesson today?" Fang Chen's face darkened. His aura surged and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Elder Redbeard naturally would not attack Fang Chen. He knew that there were many high-level elders hiding in the dark today. "Sanguinati, I think you know why I am here. I don't want to attack you," Elder Redbeard said. "But the Sword Palace does not welcome you." Fang Chen asked him to leave. Elder Redbeard's expression changed as he suppressed the anger in his heart. "Don't tell me you can't take out a divine weapon." Elder Redbeard laughed. "If you are afraid of being laughed at, you shouldn't have tried to be brave. Since when is it your turn to worry about the Sword Palace's matters?" Fang Chen retorted. Elder Redbeard's face was very ugly as he kept mocking Fang Chen. "It's obvious that you can't take out a divine weapon," Elder Redbeard said. "If you can take out a divine weapon, why do you still need our artifact refining branch?" "That's right. Why does the Black Heaven sect need your artifact refining branch?" Fang Chen suddenly said. "If I become the sect master of the Black Heaven sect, the first thing I will do is expel trash like you from the sect." Fang Chen's words completely angered Elder Redbeard. Sanguinati. Chapter 1194. Although the red-bearded elder had been restraining himself, he was still extremely furious. If they weren't in the Black Heaven sect, he would have torn this kid's mouth apart. This kid was too hateful. He hasn't even become the sect master yet, but he's already so arrogant, the red-bearded elder said in a deep voice. "If you really become the sect master, the Black Heaven sect won't be far from destruction." The palace masters of the 8 palaces also shook their heads. They also felt that Sanguinati's words were a little too much. The artifact forging branch had a very important position in the Black Heaven sect. They were responsible for forging divine weapons to strengthen the Black Heaven sect disciples. And Sanguinati's words just now were really too much. Even some of the higher-ups and elders in the dark were a little displeased. However, Fang Chen didn't care at all. He looked at the red-bearded elder and sneered. If it weren't for the fact that he was weaker than this guy, he would have revealed his identity long ago. Didn't you want to see me make a fool of myself? Fang Chen looked at the red-bearded elder and laughed. The red-bearded elder flicked his sleeves and looked coldly at Fang Chen. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the others also paid attention. Where are the disciples of the Sword Palace? Fang Chen shouted. In an instant, 100 disciples stood in the square below. All 30 commanders were also present. The golden-armored commander stood at the front, followed by the silver-armored commander, followed by the iron-armored commander, and then the junior commanders. Among the junior commanders, the most dazzling one was Lu Li. Beside Lu Li was Tian Xin. Although everyone was puzzled as to why Tian Xin, who was so weak, would appear in the Sword Palace. But they didn't ask anything. Palace Master, all the disciples of the Sword Palace are here, Sword Demon said. Fang Chen nodded and then said, from today onwards, the disciples of the Sword Palace will no longer use the divine weapons forged by the artifact forging branch. Each of you will have a second-stage divine weapon. Choose one yourself. Whoosh. Fang Chen shook his wrist and 100 second-stage divine weapons instantly appeared in the square. How is this possible? Where did Sanguinati get the second-stage divine weapons? The square was in an uproar. Countless martial artists were shocked. However, Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm. The disciples of the Sword Palace cheered. Every disciple was scrambling to choose a level 2 divine weapon that was suitable for them. Not long after, each of the 100 disciples had a level 2 divine weapon. The sect master and vice-sect master in the clouds seemed to have thought of something. The two of them looked at each other and then grinned. As for the high-level elders who were hiding in the dark, they were even more surprised. Within a month, Sanguinati really managed to find 100 second-level divine weapons. This was truly a miraculous thing. The red-bearded elder, who wanted to see Sanguinati make a fool of himself, was slightly startled, but he continued to mock him. What's so great about a level 2 divine weapon? If you have the ability, why don't you take out a level 3 divine weapon as well? The red-bearded elder said. Fang Chen coldly snorted and distributed the 30 level 3 divine weapons. Red-bearded elder, I'm afraid I have to disappoint you, Fang Chen said with a smile. The red-bearded elder's expression kept changing. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. You cheated. The red-bearded elder shouted angrily. Red-bearded elder, what does it have to do with you whether I cheated or not? Fang Chen retorted. For a moment, the red-bearded elder was speechless. He coldly snorted and left the Sword Palace. The 8 palace masters looked at the scene in the Sword Palace, dumbfounded. Whoosh! The high-level elders appeared, as did the sect master and vice-sect master. Sanguinati, the sect master of the Black Sky sect said. Sect master. Fang Chen cupped his fists and greeted. If I'm not wrong, you should be a divine blacksmith, right? The sect master of the Black Sky sect said, and everyone was shocked. What was a genius? This was a true genius. At such a young age, he was able to stand out in the hunting war and win the first place. Moreover, he was baptized by the sky-piercing divine pool. The sect master of the Black Sky sect made an exception and promoted him to be a candidate for the position of sect master. He even built the 9th palace, which was the so-called Sword Palace. This was an unprecedented honor. However, the sect master of the Black Sky sect said that Sanguinati was a divine blacksmith. Could it be that Sanguinati made all these divine weapons in a month? Thinking of this, some of the 2-star and 3-star divine blacksmiths in the blacksmith branch were shocked. If that was the case, then the potential of the Blood Sword Saint was too heaven-defying. Sect Master, you are wise. Fang Chen did not hide it. Indeed, Sanguinati was a divine blacksmith. 3-star, the sect master of the Black Sky sect asked. Fang Chen nodded. The sect master of the Black Sky sect laughed wildly. An ordinary 3-star divine blacksmith was nothing to the sect master of the Black Sky sect. However, Sanguinati was different. He was too young. His potential was terrifying. Haha, the Black Sky sect has really found a treasure. The sect master of the Black Sky sect was very satisfied with Sanguinati. Then, he announced that the divine weapons of the Sword Palace would be made by Sanguinati personally. He could ask for any materials he needed at any time. Seeing how the sect master of the Black Sky sect treated Sanguinati, everyone sighed inwardly. Only Sanguinati could receive such treatment. In the main hall of the blacksmith branch, the red-bearded elder was furious. He did not expect Sanguinati to be a divine blacksmith. Damn it. One day, I will kill you, the red-bearded elder said coldly. At the same time, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. It seemed that the plan had to be brought forward. While the red-bearded elder was secretly making plans, the Sword Palace was celebrating. The disciples of the Sword Palace were very happy, especially the Sword Firmament sect. Brother Shui, you are really amazing. At the banquet, Shi Qing drank a cup of wine with Fang Chen and then laughed loudly. He was happy from the bottom of his heart. Back in the Sword Firmament sect in the Sealed Sky City, Sanguinati was not as strong as him. Later on, they entered the Black Sky sect together. He immediately became a junior commander while Shui Qing was just an ordinary disciple. However, as time passed, Sanguinati became the palace master. Moreover, the sect master of the Black Sky sect had personally established the Sword Palace for him. Most importantly, Sanguinati was a candidate for the sect master. If this identity was revealed, it would cause a huge uproar on Tongtian Island. Brother Shui, don't forget about us. The other disciples of the Sword Firmament sect were also very happy. In the Sword Palace, they partied all night. It was a silent night. The next morning, Fang Chen had just woken up. He stretched and walked out of his room. He drank too much last night and fell asleep in the end. He had not been so relaxed in a long time. However, at this moment, the sword demon suddenly rushed over. Palace Master, the sect master is looking for you. Where is he? Fang Chen asked. In the main peak hall. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen immediately went to the main peak hall. After a while, Fang Chen arrived at the main peak hall. Sect Master, Fang Chen greeted. The sect master was sitting in an armchair. Beside him was an unfamiliar old man. Sanguinati, this is the deputy palace master of the Pillview Hall, the sect master introduced. Yes, deputy palace master. Fang Chen was a little confused. Why was the deputy palace master of the Pillview Hall here? May I know why the sect master has called me here? The deputy palace master of the Pillview Hall is here to ally with the Black Sky sect. As for the second reason, it's because of you, the sect master said with a smile. It's because of me. Fang Chen was surprised. Let me explain. The deputy palace master nodded and said, in order to express the sincerity of the Pillview Hall, we have specially invited you, Sanguinati, to come to the Pillview Hall and participate in a trip to the secret realm. Sanguinati, this is a great opportunity, the sect master said. A trip to the secret realm? Fang Chen asked. This secret realm is unusual. We have just discovered it. Only 2 people can enter. One of them is Shen and the other is you, the deputy palace master said. Fang Chen was very confused. Logically speaking, the Pillview Hall had always been aloof and did not participate in the battles of Tongtian Island. Why would they suddenly ally with the Black Sky sect and give such a good opportunity to him? The sect master and the deputy palace master laughed. Their discussion seemed to be very successful. Sanguinati, don't think too much. Go back and prepare. We will depart for the Pillview Hall in the afternoon, the sect master said. Fang Chen nodded and left. Seeing Fang Chen's departing figure, the sect master and the deputy palace master's expressions turned serious. Has the Pillview Hall confirmed this matter? The sect master asked in a low voice. Chapter 1195. Fang Chen wasn't sure what kind of agreement the Pillview Temple and the Black Heaven sect had reached. Anyway, 3 days later, he left the Black Heaven sect alone with the deputy lord of the Pillview Temple and arrived at the Pillview Temple. Speaking of which, the Pillview Temple was located at the edge of Heaven Pass Island. The headquarters of the Pillview Temple was a secluded valley, like a paradise. On this day, the transportation formation in the Pillview Temple suddenly flashed. In the next moment, Fang Chen and the Deputy Lord appeared. Deputy Lord. The martial artist guarding the formation cupped his hands in greeting. The Deputy Lord nodded and led Fang Chen to the main hall of the Pillview Temple. The Pillview Temple Lord and the others had been waiting in the main hall for a long time after receiving the Deputy Lord's message. Temple Lord. The Deputy Lord cupped his hands in greeting. When the Pillview Temple Lord saw Sanguinati, a smile appeared on his face. In the main hall, the other senior elders were paying attention to Sanguinati. Greetings, Temple Lord and elders. Fang Chen cupped his hands in greeting. Sanguinati, we chose you this time because of Xian Er's wishes. However, some martial artists in the Pillview Temple believe that you are not qualified to enter the secret realm. The Temple Lord smiled. Fang Chen didn't speak. He listened quietly to the Temple Lord. Before entering the secret realm, you need to use your strength to intimidate the younger generation of the Pillview Temple. The Temple Lord went straight to the point. When? Fang Chen asked directly. Hearing this, the Temple Lord looked at Fang Chen with admiration. Let's do it now. With that, the Temple Lord waved his hand and disappeared from the main hall. The other senior elders also left. The Deputy Lord brought Fang Chen to the square. Sanguinati of the Black Heaven sect has arrived at the Pillview Temple. If anyone doubts his strength, feel free to challenge him. The Temple Lord's voice echoed throughout the Pillview Temple. Immediately, the younger generation of prodigies came forward. Is he Sanguinati? He's so young and is already the champion of the hunting war. I heard that if it wasn't for the Star Slaughter arrow, it would be utterly impossible for Sanguinati to seize first place. Many of the Pillview Temple martial practitioners spoke one after another. When Han Ying Shui and Dan Bai Xian saw Sanguinati, their faces were full of smiles. Sanguinati, how have you been? The two women greeted Sanguinati. The latter responded with a smile. Not long after, martial artists came to challenge Sanguinati. Although he had taken first place in the hunting war, no one believed in his strength. Of course, the most important point was that he wasn't a member of the Pill Scene Palace. What right did he have to follow the little Pill King into the legendary mystic realm? Sanguinati, let me challenge you. This was a young man who had taken his first step. He didn't participate in the hunting war, because he was in seclusion at that time. All right. Fang Chen nodded in agreement. Immediately after, this martial artist erupted with a terrifying power. He punched out with all his might. However, the blood sword saint turned a blind eye and stood there quietly. Han Ying Shui and Dan Bai Xian weren't worried at all. Sanguinati's strength was obvious to all. This person couldn't win at all. Crash. This martial artist's fist landed on Fang Chen's body and he was overjoyed. However, at this moment, a lazy voice came from behind him. Do you still want to continue fighting? Fang Chen asked. At this moment, Fang Chen's fist was pressed against the back of the martial artist's head. If he used a little more force, this person would undoubtedly die. This martial artist's expression kept changing. Finally, he admitted defeat and walked down the arena. After this battle, many martial artists finally realized how terrifying Fang Chen was. Although Sanguinati is very strong, this isn't a reason for him to enter the mystic realm, a martial artist cried out. Temple Master Dan Jing and Deputy Temple Master looked at each other with a trace of a smile in their eyes. In the following days, Temple Master Dan Jing asked Sanguinati to interact more with the younger generation of Danjing Temple. As for the higher-ups, they went back to discuss matters. With Fang Chen's current strength, almost no one among the younger generation of Tongtian Island could defeat him. The younger generation of Danjing Temple was truly no match for him. However, he also understood Temple Master Dan Jing's intention. He wanted to use this opportunity to train the younger generation of Danjing Temple. Since Danjing Temple had given him such a great benefit, he naturally had to reciprocate. Fang Chen continued to interact with the younger generation of Danjing Temple. In less than a day, he had become friends with them. On the second day, Fang Chen and Dan Baixian arrived at the forbidden area behind Danjing Temple. This mystic realm is brand new and we haven't explored it yet. We must be careful when we enter, Temple Master Dan Jing said in a low voice. Don't worry, Temple Master. Dan Baixian smiled gently. Immediately, Temple Master Dan Jing waved his hands and opened the mystic realm. A stone door appeared in the void. Fang Chen and Dan Baixian quickly entered. Seeing the stone door disappear, the deputy temple master whispered, "Is this okay? Right now, we're just guessing. If we ask directly, he definitely won't tell us. This mystic realm was left behind by him. We'll definitely find something in it." "I hope so," the deputy temple master said. Inside the mystic realm. This was a place filled with birds and fragrant flowers. "I don't feel any danger." Fang Chen was a little surprised. Wasn't this a newly discovered mystic realm? Why couldn't he feel any danger? At this moment, Tongtian Peak suddenly shook and the weapon spirit cried out loudly. "Master! What's wrong?" Fang Chen asked telepathically. "Master, I feel the old master's aura," the weapon spirit cried out excitedly. "What?" Fang Chen was shocked. This mystic realm had the aura of the old master of Tongtian Peak. Could it be? Fang Chen seemed to have thought of something. He turned to look at Dan Baixian, who was carefully inspecting the terrain. Then he said, "Miss Dan, I've sensed an extraordinary place. Follow me." With that, Fang Chen followed the weapon spirit's guidance and led Dan Baixian forward quickly. Soon, the two arrived at the foot of a mountain peak. "Master, it's on the mountain peak. The old master's aura is very strong." The weapon spirit became even more excited. "Right, Master, where are you now?" Only now did the weapon spirit remember to ask. "A mystic realm in Danjing Temple," Fang Chen said. Hearing this, the weapon spirit's expression changed continuously. Then he said in a low voice, "Master, you have to be careful." "Why?" Fang Chen asked. Back then, when the old master was still alive, Danjing Temple relied on him. But when the old master died, the other factions all appeared. Only Danjing Temple remained silent. The weapon spirit's expression changed. "All these years, I've been pondering. I suspect that Danjing Temple back then also relied on the Xia clan." Hearing the weapon spirit's words, Fang Chen's heart moved slightly. He suddenly realized that things were really strange. First, the detached Danjing Temple had suddenly allied with the Black Heaven sect. Then, the deputy temple master had personally paid a visit, saying that he was willing to let Sanguinati enter a newly discovered mystic realm to express his sincerity. Why did it have to be him? Previously, Fang Chen had thought that Dan Baixian had chosen him personally. Now, he began to have doubts. His heart wavered. He secretly turned to size up Dan Baixian. She was currently sizing up the mountain peak, her face expressionless. Fang Chen suddenly felt that he could not see through Dan Baixian. Fang Chen told the weapon spirit the ins and outs of the matter. The weapon spirit pondered for a moment, then said, "Master, this matter is very likely a conspiracy. Perhaps your background has already been discovered by Danjing Temple. However, Master, this mystic realm should be the place where Old Master once cultivated. You should be safe in the mystic realm." The weapon spirit guided Fang Chen up the mountain peak according to his memories. "Sanguinati, what did you discover?" Dan Baixian asked with a puzzled expression. "Look, what's that?" Fang Chen suddenly pointed to the back of Dan Baixian and shouted. Dan Baixian instantly turned to look, but found that there was nothing. However, when she turned around, she discovered that Sanguinati had already disappeared. Where did he go? Dan Baixian was very surprised. Inside the mountain peak, there was a cave dwelling. At this moment, Fang Chen was walking quickly inside the cave dwelling. "Are you sure Dan Baixian won't discover you?" Fang Chen asked. "Don't worry, Master. This cave dwelling has a spirit formation that Old Master once set up. Although it has undergone the baptism of time, it is not something that ordinary people can break." According to the weapon spirit, the spirit formation around the cave dwelling could only be broken by heavenly body tier elites. Hearing the weapon spirit's words, Fang Chen was relieved. No matter what Danjing Temple thought, he had to be careful and vigilant. So, to be safe, he first avoided Dan Baixian and acted alone. What's inside the cave dwelling? Fang Chen asked. The weapon spirit scanned the cave dwelling through the heaven-connecting peak. After a long time, the weapon spirit said sadly, the cave dwelling has existed for too long. Some of the things that Master left behind have also been lost. Someone has been here before? Fang Chen was surprised. The weapon spirit nodded. This is not a newly discovered mystic realm like Danjing Temple Lord said. The higher-ups of Danjing Temple must have been here before. The more he listened to the weapon spirit, the more Fang Chen felt that things were much more complicated than he had imagined. What's going on? Fang Chen rubbed his head. He had not used the heavenly star technique in front of outsiders. It was impossible for Danjing Temple to know that he was related to the master of Heaven Connecting Peak. Forget it, let's not think about it anymore. Let's see what's inside the cave dwelling first. Fang Chen did not think about it anymore and began to check the cave dwelling. On the mountain peak, Dan Baixian took out her communication jade pendant and sent a message to Danjing Temple Lord. Temple Lord, Sanguinati has disappeared. Soon, Danjing Temple Lord sent a message back. Search for opportunities while looking for Sanguinati. Hearing this, Dan Baixian and Qing Qing nodded. Meanwhile, in the outside world, in the forbidden area of Danjing Temple, a bright smile appeared on Danjing Temple Lord's face. How is it? The Vice Temple Lord asked hurriedly.